Good afternoon, everyone. This is the Thursday, May 14th afternoon session of the Portland City Council. Carla, could you please call the roll?
Hardesty, Udaly.
Here.
Fritz.
Here.
Wheeler.
Here. And Commissioner Hardesty has an excused absence for the first part of our session this afternoon. Colleagues, under Portland City Code and state law, the City Council is holding this meeting electronically. All members of the council are attending remotely by phone, and the city has made several avenues available for the public to listen to the audio broadcast of this meeting. The public can also provide written testimony to council by emailing the council clerk. The council is taking these steps as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and the need to limit in-person contact and promote physical distancing. The pandemic is an emergency that threatens the public health, safety, and welfare, which requires us to meet remotely by electronic communications. Thanks again, everybody, for your patience, your flexibility, and your understanding as we manage through this difficult situation to do the city's business. And with that, I'll turn it over to our attorney, Lindley, who will describe the rules of order and decorum. Lindley, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm going to make a couple of comments. First, when testifying, please state your name for the record. Your address is not necessary. Please disclose if you're a lobbyist. If you're representing an organization, please identify it. The presiding officer determines the length of testimony. Individuals generally have 3 minutes to testify unless otherwise stated. When your time is up, the presiding officer will ask you to conclude. Disruptive conduct, such as shouting, refusing to conclude your testimony when your time is up, or interrupting others' testimony or council deliberations will not be allowed. If there are disruptions, a warning will be given that further disruption may result in the person being placed on hold or ejected from the remainder of the electronic meeting. Please be aware that all council meetings are recorded. Thank you.
Thank you. And Carla, our first item this afternoon is a time certain, item 374. If you could please read it.
Amend Planning and Zoning Code, the comprehensive plan map, and the zoning map to implement the expanding opportunities for affordable housing project.
Thank you. Colleagues, we're here today to listen to the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability, the Planning and Sustainability Commission, and the public about expanding opportunities for affordable housing project, the expanding opportunities for affordable housing project. Approximately 450 institutions throughout the city are regulated as conditional uses in residential zones. This includes many faith-based institutions such as churches, synagogues, mosques, and the like, fraternal organizations, community services, and even some schools. A growing number of these institutions are exploring how they can use their available land to address the affordable housing crisis in Portland. The city received a grant from Metro to partner with Ecumenical Ministries of Oregon, otherwise known as EMO or EMO, for outreach to faith-based communities. An advisory committee worked with our staff to develop recommendations for regulatory improvement to facilitate housing on institutional sites, including both zoning code and land use map amendments. We also heard from many others throughout the city and even the state who are interested in this issue. And I particularly want to acknowledge House Speaker Tina Kotek, who has been an ardent champion of these kinds of strategies. And I want to thank her for her support of our ordinance this afternoon. We will hear public testimony today about these recommended changes. And so with that, we'll start out with staff. We then have a limited number of invited testimony guests this afternoon. Then we'll open it up for public testimony later on. We'll start off with BPS staff, Eric Engstrom and Nan Stark. Would you go ahead and please introduce the item?
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Eric Engstrom. I'm with the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability, and Nan is helping me today. As we pull up the PowerPoint, does everyone see that now?
Yes.
Great. I want to start off by thanking Nan for her work on this project. She's been instrumental in pushing this forward along, and I'm just here in the final stages to help with this adoption process. I also want to thank Metro for the grant and Ecumenical Ministries for their partnership in this. And I'll turn it over now to Nan to talk a little bit about the project goals. Are you muted, Nan?
Nan, you're still muted.
Okay.
There you are.
Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler
Good afternoon.
and commissioners. I just want to take a second to say it's a thrill to be here today to be presenting this project to you, which is a 2-year-long project. We've had several goals of the project. Big one was to capture the momentum happening within the faith and nonprofit communities, looking under every rock for available land and realizing that many organizations that are mission-based in the city do have available land for the potential of providing affordable housing on it. With that, we wanted to look at what kind of barriers exist for community-based organizations that want to do an affordable housing development, and realized early on that one of the big barriers is the regulatory process. And so with this project, we are streamlining some of the regulations that are hurdles to it. We used 3 local case studies as a guide to identify some of those barriers. Through this project and the Metro funding, we will also be able to create an online guide that we're in the process of making, and that will be finished in the next few weeks. We have many wonderful partners from the faith and nonprofit community supporting the work of this grant. I don't want to go through all of those right now, but I do want to recognize Ecumenical Ministries of Oregon for doing a big share of the outreach on this project, along with all of the other organizations that you see listed. Most of these were on our stakeholder advisory committee, which also included staff from several city bureaus, including Housing, Environmental Services, Bureau of Development Services, Prosper Portland, and Bureau of Transportation. We were able to solicit applications from organizations across the city that were interested in some consulting services, and we chose 3 sites to work on as case studies. Those were Bethel AME, the Muslim Community Center of Portland, and Trinity Lutheran Church. And those were very helpful in identifying some of the barriers that exist to doing affordable housing on their properties. They were of different sizes and different locations, and gave us a good idea of what those barriers might be like. We had consulting work from Carlton Hart Architects, who helped the committees for each of these organizations come up with design concepts. And then Sharon Nielsen of the Nielsen Group provided financial expertise and led each one of these to initial pro forma.
I think this is my slide again. The work on this project occurred over several years. In April of 2018, Council accepted the grant that made this work possible. With support of partner organizations, staff reached out to faith and community-based organizations to identify potential barriers to development. And as Nan mentioned, the regulatory barriers were one of those. A stakeholder advisory committee was established in the fall of 2018, which worked with staff to develop some recommendations. And we published a draft in early January of this year, which was considered by the Planning and Sustainability Commission in February and March. And the PSC transmitted their recommendation to the council on March 24th. Next slide, please. The recommendation has 2 parts. The first part allows institutions regulated through the zoning code as conditional uses to add housing without a new conditional use review if relevant conditions and standards are met. The second part includes rezoning and changing the comprehensive plan map on a number of sites. Next slide, please. Going into slightly more detail on the zoning code changes, the first item allows housing that meets base zone standards to be added to a site without a new conditional use review. As part of that, we're allowing removal of a parcel from a conditional use site without also opening up that review. We're allowing a slight increase in the size of non-housing floor area before that conditional use review is triggered. And this is because some of the anticipated residential buildings may include some institutional or community service use in them, and we want to provide some flexibility. On this issue, we're also amending both the conditional use code and the school sites code to keep those two codes consistent. We're replacement of existing square footage has been a point of confusion in the current code, so we're clarifying that as well. The conditional use code often requires institutions to maintain their parking even when they're close to good transit. And so as part of the recommendation is to allow removal of some of the required parking when housing is being added to the site. And this is consistent with broader land use policy that frees up more land for needed housing. Even though we're exempting housing from conditional use review, there may be still some instances where review is needed. For example, if the project exceeds the size limitations for non-housing elements, or if other conditions of previous land use approvals need to be amended. In those situations, we're also reducing the procedure type for those land use reviews from a type 3 to a type 2 if there's housing included in the project. And I'll turn it back over to Nan now to talk about the map changes that are included in the recommendation.
So the Planning and Sustainability Commission recommended zoning map and comprehensive plan map changes on 20 sites. The focus of the map changes was to offer more flexible options for development on community-based owned land. There are several sites where affordable housing and community development organizations are involved, including Habitat for Humanity, Hacienda CDC, and Northwest Housing Alternatives. I also want you to be aware of 2 sites on North Williams Ave that are in community-based organization ownership. One is the Hill Block, also called the Williams and Russell site. And the project working group for that site is overseeing the future planning of it, and they have recommended that change to the from the campus institutional zone that it's currently in as part of the Legacy Emmanuel Hospital campus to the mixed commercial 3 designation, which is found along much of the Williams and Vancouver corridor. The other property on North Williams is the Gordley House to the north near Prescott Street, and that's used by the Portland African American Leadership Forum, and that's also proposed to change to mixed commercial, which will also facilitate a broader range of community uses than the current multi-dwelling residential zone that it's in. We worked with the Stakeholder Advisory Committee to develop criteria for which sites would be eligible for the map change through this project. So these are the criteria that we used adjacent to the proposed zoning on a corridor or collector street, rectifying a non-conforming or split zone situation in the ownership of an institution or community-based organization, and creates a pathway for providing community benefits. The Planning and Sustainability Commission liberalized one of the amendments that we proposed, which was to allow the repurposing of 50% of parking areas for housing on conditional use sites. That regulation, when we originally proposed it, was limited to be near frequent transit lines, but that restriction was removed. And then they also added exemptions to 2 property line adjustment regulations on conditional use sites. Just to review the Planning and Sustainability Commission recommendation, they also urged City Council to budget time for BPS staff to do periodic every 2 to 3 year map refinements. This project is doing this within a limited scope, but as an equity issue, there is a need for regular updates to the comp plan and zoning maps. We are still receiving testimony, and up to about noon today, we had received 120 pieces of testimony on the map app and 5 letters and emails. Today we have 41 people signed up to give oral testimony. You can see the issues raised, and I just want to point out that we've gotten map request changes on 3 additional sites that came in through testimony, and actually when I last looked at about noon, an additional one had come in. So we have 20 that are in the recommended draft, and then you will be looking at 4 additional sites and potentially more through the next week as testimony continues to be open. We received opposition to some specific map changes on 4 different sites. One of those is on Southwest Boundary Street, owned by Cedar-Sinai Park, and that one received the majority of those opposition letters. The other 2 sites that received 6 letters of opposition each are St. Philip Neri in Southeast Portland and Emmanuel Temple in North Portland. And the one from Emmanuel Temple, 1 letter attached, a petition with 17 signatures on it. And then we received 23 letters or map app testimonies in support of specific map changes. The St. Philip Neri site is the only one that received both opposition and support. 6 letters of opposition, 4 letters of support on that site. In addition, I just want to note that we did receive a number of testimony about the parking at 50% that can be used to develop housing on. 24 people wrote in encouraging council to change that to allow 100% of parking to be used if an institution wants to redevelop that for housing. These are the map change requests. We do have maps for those if council would like to look at those. One is a revision on map change that was proposed and approved by the Planning and Sustainability Commission at St. Andrews in Southwest Portland on Southwest Dosh and Sunset. In response to neighborhood concerns, they have revised that map change to change from R10 to RM1 to R10 to R5. We received several letters of support from the neighbors of that particular site expressing support for the R5 change. At the St. Philip, the Deacon Church at 120 Northeast Knott, that one has also been requested to change. We received about 15 letters of support for that change from RM2 to CM3. And then the Elliott Neighborhood Association Land Use Commission requested the change for 2800 North Vancouver, which is the property just north of the 2 lots that are proposed by the Williams and Russell Project Working Group. They requested, the Elliott neighborhood requested to change that along with the change to the Williams and Russell site. We received a request from a residential property owner to change the zoning on her property on North Mississippi Ave from single dwelling residential to multi-dwelling residential.
Thanks, Nan. This is Eric again. It's our understanding that the council intends to leave the record open for written testimony for an additional week after today. So that testimony can be submitted at the BPS testimony app at the link that's on the screen here. That link is also, information about that is also on the project website. When you go to that app, you want to click on the Expanding Opportunities for Affordable Housing button and then click the Testify button there. Next slide, Nan. You can also get more information on the project website. And that concludes our staff presentation today, and I'll turn it back over to the mayor to preside over the invited panel.
All right, good, very, very good, thank you. So thanks, Nan, and thank you, Eric, both for that. And since we're working remotely, what we'll do is we'll call on each of the invited panel guests. There's about 6 of you. We'll call on you one at a time. And at that time, you can unmute your mic. And for those of you who are new to the miracle of Zoom, the way you get to the unmute is if you scroll your cursor down to the bottom, you'll see a bar on the bottom. And on the far left-hand side, you'll still see a little microphone that says mute. You click that and you will see that you are unmuted. And if you're not, I'm sure we'll be more than happy to remind you of that at that time. So without further ado, if I have a list here and I hope it's current. The first individual I see is Jan Musgrove Ulfers, who's the president of Ecumenical Ministries of Oregon. Jan, are you on board?
Yes, I am.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler and the Portland City Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Jan Musgrove Elfers, and I'm the president of Ecumenical Ministries of Oregon. EMO brings together diverse communities of faith to learn, serve, and advocate together for justice, peace, and the integrity of creation. Programs provide affordable housing, food, mental health, and legal services, as well as a supportive community to our neighbors who live on the margins. As people of faith, we honor the dignity of every person and are committed to changing unjust systems that perpetuate poverty. We believe that the availability of affordable housing is a human right, and it is our responsibility to see that everyone has the opportunity to be safely sheltered. I want to thank the City of Portland, Metro, the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability, and particularly Nan Stark for the partnership that has been created with the faith community in the Expanding Opportunities for Affordable Housing project. Our collaboration is important because many places of worship in our city have land and a desire to use that resource to address the dire shortage of affordable housing. Our mission aligns with your desire to see all Portlanders thrive. I cannot overemphasize how vital an impact the amendments to remove barriers in this Expanding Opportunities proposal will have for faith communities who are trying to build affordable housing on their property. These amendments are truly a game changer for us, and we are incredibly grateful for the cooperation and efforts on your part to streamline the very complicated and expensive process involved in the development of housing. We are also excited about the ramifications that these partnerships will have as a model for the rest of the state of Oregon. Our congregations, mosques, synagogues, and temples throughout the state are engaged in affordable housing issues in their own communities and want to be a part of the solution. The Expanding Opportunities Project provides a great example of what collaborative opportunities are possible with the faith community and government working together to address challenges. Thank you again so much for this partnership, and we look forward to continuing our good work together.
Thank you, Jan. We appreciate it. Next up is Julia Nielsen, the pastor of Portsmouth Union. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Reverend Julia Nielsen, and I serve Portsmouth Union Church and the people of North Portland. We're dedicated and active members of the Levin Community Land and Housing Coalition, which comprises more than 20 congregations across the city. 6 years ago this week, I moved to Portland from the Midwest, and at age 21, I had bought my own home. It was a 3-bedroom ranch in a neighborhood much like St. John's for only $129,000. But when I arrived in Portland 10 years later, I was shocked to find that that same home would have cost my family nearly $600,000. My family, of course, rented instead, only to have my rent raised $400 a month without warning in 2015. Which displaced us and forced us to make some difficult and urgent choices already familiar to many of my neighbors and friends here and many of you. When I began serving Portsmouth Union Church around the same time, I was horrified to see that our own congregation, not to mention our North Portland neighborhood, was already being deeply impacted by the housing crisis. However, rather than close up the building due to dwindling numbers or simply complain about this painful injustice, we vowed to build as much affordable housing as possible on the half-acre of our land standing empty by our church building on Lombard. Thus began a continuing journey of more than 5 years in which we learned many things about housing development in Portland, but in particular, how great the barriers are to faith communities lending our land and resources to end the housing crisis. After all, faith communities are often the safety net under the safety net. We're the final place where people can get support. We often advocate for and create services where there are major gaps in systemic chasms. And this is where we find ourselves on housing today. Faith communities like mine get calls on a weekly and even daily basis from folks in our communities needing a place to live. How better to answer the problem than with a rental application and a home rather than yet another, "I'm sorry, I can't do more to help," and a referral possibly to a shelter if there is space. And yet we find it supremely difficult to build on faith land like ours. At the point where we began, affordable housing was not an allowed conditional use for religious institutions like ours. And without that state law and these code changes in place, we were required to undertake complicated lot line adjustments, which necessitated conditional use review, creating an LLC of our own, ground leasing that lot back to ourselves, and processing through extensive and expensive city processes that simply would not be required now under these code changes. 5 years of effort, and now we finally have gotten to the point of permitting for 20 units of housing at 30% AMI and below. But that process unnecessarily cost my church nearly 2 years and $50,000 in total. Time and money that would have allowed us to be housing the people, displaced neighbors and homeless veterans, who are currently living either on the edge or on the streets. So I and my congregation strongly support the Expanding Opportunities proposal. And while these amendments will not solve every problem related to the barriers of building affordable housing on faith community land, they certainly smooth many of the bumps and bruises my own church has suffered in our own project. And that we're seeing other faith communities in our growing land and housing coalition also face as they move to give their land over to affordable housing as we have. So I'd encourage you further, please expand these changes, continue to press forward into even more creative and streamlined processes that specifically make way for and encourage community-based organizations like ours to easily build affordable housing, to easily build it. There are over 400 faith communities in Portland, and we have over 600 acres of developable land at our disposal to house our communities. We do not have a shortage of land. What we suffer is a shortage of cooperative institutional courage. I'm bravo to the city for moving forward with this and other regulatory changes that will allow already strapped but intrepid mission-based organizations like ours to swiftly serve our neighbors when they are at their most vulnerable. We give a special thanks to the Bureau of Planning Services, and in particular, Nan Stark, who has been an essential partner in this work to us. We ask you to please expand and pass this proposal so that we can all stay and live in the city that we love and deserve. And it is a great city that we all do want to stay in and continue to be partners and neighbors in. So thank you very, very much for your efforts and for your time.
Thank you, Julie. We appreciate it very much. Next up is Ted Reed from Metro. Good afternoon, Ted.
Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler and commissioners. I'm Ted Reed with Metro's Planning and Development Department. I'm pleased to be here in support of the proposed amendments. We're pleased to have funded this work through our 2040 Planning and Development Grant Program. This work provides an excellent example that other jurisdictions around the region can observe of how to remove barriers to development of abundant housing. Doing so advances one of Metro's core goals, and that's to make the most of lands that we already have inside the urban growth boundary. Of course, we want to do that to ensure not only that we have abundant housing, but also to ensure that we're protecting farms and forests outside the urban growth boundary for future generations. This program has showed innovation by engaging community-based organizations and institutions that have excess lands that they long to use more effectively. This work is also timely because it may provide some opportunities for some developments to leverage financial programs that were adopted by voters in the region and city over the last couple of years to provide more affordable housing. But even if these amendments don't result in regulated affordable housing, it does add to the housing supply that can help the region to ensure that there are housing choices for everyone. So I encourage the council to adopt the proposed amendments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ted. We're extremely grateful to you and to Metro for the grant. Thank you so much for your leadership on this. Next on my list is Levita Gilmore Jones, who's the director of the Levin community. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Wheeler, Commissioners Udaley, Fritz, and Hardesty. I do thank you for this opportunity to share with you today. And I am Levita Gilmore Jones. I'm the daughter of B. Gilmore and the late Reverend Rozelle Gilmore, who migrated to Portland in the mid-40s and early 50s. And I and my two brothers and sisters were born and raised here, and we have experienced the evolution of the city over the years. And right now, my heart aches for our friends and neighbors and loved ones who want to be, but no longer can afford to live in the familiar neighborhoods. So my calling to make a difference in the world informs my work as the co-director of Levin Community. We organize our members and neighbors to listen and to build powerful community that acts together out of our shared stories and spiritual wisdoms. And we formed the Levin Community Land and Housing Coalition to respond to our shared stories around the lack of affordable housing. And we are becoming a diverse and growing interfaith coalition. And together we are becoming vital and active communities of faith engaged in our neighborhoods. We are creative agents of systemic change, and we are becoming community organizers and developers of diverse, affordable housing on faith-stewarded lands. And over the past year, we have had the privilege of collaborating and working with Nan Stark on the Expanding Opportunities for Affordable Housing project, and extend our appreciation to Nan and the staff for their commitment and dedication to working with faith communities. We fully support the code and zoning changes proposed by the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability and the Portland Planning and Sustainability Commission to remove barriers to affordable housing and on faith community land. And your approval of these changes will be a major step in transforming structures that create and perpetuate housing inequity in our city. Another structure we are targeting for transformation is funding. Unfortunately, many of the current funding sources for affordable housing target large-scale multifamily buildings. And many of the affordable housing developments that are going to happen on faith community lands will be smaller in size and scale. So one possible solution is to bundle 2 to 3 projects into one multi-site project to qualify for funding for those Metro bond dollars. And so we ask that you work with us in creating a clear, streamlined pathways for accessing funding for these types of bundled projects. And lastly, I invite you to imagine what Portland could look like if the current 600 developable acres of faith-stewarded land was filled with a diversity of affordable housing scattered throughout the city. Imagine neighborhoods where the lives and visions of those marginalized by gentrification and systemic racism are centered in the life of the community. And imagine a Portland where everyone has a place to call home. So with an affirmative vote by this council, the imagined Portland will be one step closer to reality. And thank you for listening, and thank you for your vote of support for this project.
Thank you, Levita. We appreciate it very much. Just a clarification on some housekeeping here. Rick sends out when enabled to speak. So the host will enable you to speak, and then the mute or unmute button will appear in the lower left of the toolbar when you hover your mouse cursor over the lower left-hand portion of the screen. And for those of you who are participating by phone, when it's your turn to speak, you'll have to press *6 on your keypad in order to unmute. And if you have problems, we'll remind you about that. Next up is Keith Edwards, the chair of the Bethel AME Economic Development Corporation. Keith, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And thank you, City Council as well. Good afternoon. And thank you, Nan, for assisting me on this presentation. My name is Keith Edwards. I am currently a trustee of Bethel AME Church and have been a member of Bethel AME Church since 1959. I am currently the president of the Bethel AME Economic Development Corporation. We have a great team of board members, including Tanya Marsh, Pat Dobbins, Carol Chisholm, Jackie Brown, Sylvester Paschal, Elaine Hartzog, Dennis Payne, Debbie Ingram, our Reverend Terry McCrae Hill, and many volunteers. Next slide, please. Bethel AME Economic Development Corporation, or EDC, is an independent 501c3 not-for-profit corporation developed in November of 2002. EDC was developed in response to the historically relevant and expressed needs of the community in improved housing, health, nutrition, improved results in the education of the community's children, and preparedness for employment opportunities. Next slide, please. Today, we want to focus on housing and the support we have received from the City of Portland. Bethel EDC has 2 vacant lots directly south of Bethel AME Church, located at 802 and 814 Northeast Jarrett Street. EDC has plans to erect a building to reach and hopefully exceed our goals to meet the needs of our community. At the core of our housing program is to provide access to information and resources to eliminate the need for second-generation affordable housing by encouraging first-generation home ownership. Next slide, please. We are planning to develop residential multifamily housing for our community with the council and support we receive from the City of Portland, Bureau of Planning and Sustainability, and a grant. We have community support from the King Neighborhood Association, who we gave a presentation to several years ago, and we have sponsored National Night Out to help build relationships with our close neighbors. This would not just be a housing facility, but a model for building a thriving community with vibrant families. Our greatest challenge is to obtain funds to achieve this goal. And if any of you know where we can get $5 or $6 million, please contact us. Some of our benchmarks are to build a green building, use local labor contractors, ensure workers are being paid prevailing wages, strongly encourage diversity each step of the process, and make this process an educational opportunity of inclusion for our youth. With the expansion of affordable housing opportunities, our community and families will all benefit. Without the expansion, our community and families will continue to struggle. We strongly support expanding affordable housing opportunities. Next slide, please. In closing, we certainly want to thank the City of Portland for the opportunity to share our plans today. And we especially want to thank Nan Stark, Sharon Nielsen of the Nielsen Group, and Bill Hart of Carlton Hart Architects. This has been an endeavor that helped us through the grant that we received to not stumble around, but help give us direction so that we could make sure that we didn't waste our energy and time doing something that was frivolous and disadvantageous to our endeavor. So again, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next is Bryson Davis, who's the co-chair of the Williams-Russell Project Working Group.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, councilors, commissioners. My name is Bryson Davis. I'm one of the two co-chairs of the Williams and Russell Project Working Group. I'm here to talk about our little piece of this project. To give you some background, the Williams and Russell project was formed and is centered around the development of a vacant 1.7 acre block of land between North Williams, North Vancouver, North Russell, and North Knott streets. And the focus of this development is to honor the African American community in Portland and address some of the issues caused by the original development of the hospital and building of the hospital and the land taking that was associated with that. The site itself, which used to be referred to as the Hill Block, was historically the center of the African American commercial district from about the 40s until the 60s. The land is currently zoned as campus, like the rest of the legacy hospital complex. And for our piece, we're requesting that that be changed to be zoned as CM3. Now, the project working group, which oversees the development of the land, was formed with a combination of nonprofit leaders and other community members and leaders to ensure that the land's development and the eventual project that was placed on the land incorporated the express needs and desires of the community and address some of the historical displacement, gentrification issues that have occurred from the hospital's original building, and the neighborhood has gone on since. Now, we've done a lot of extensive outreach to the community to determine what people in the African American community and the larger community are really wanting to see be developed on the property, and what needs they think the property can address. And overwhelmingly from community members that we've polled, and even just looking within the project working group itself, affordable housing is the top priority going forward. And so affordable housing will be a part of the development that we are looking to build on this site. one important component, and this really gets to the change in zoning. One important component of this zone change and of the project itself is the symbolism of separating the project from legacy and bringing it back to the control of the community. And we believe the zoning change has a specific symbolic power to indicate that this piece of land is no longer a part of that legacy development. It is now back in community control. So we really thank you for your consideration of this project and our inclusion in this project. And we hope that at the end of the day, it'll get your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. And the last of our invited guests this morning is Dr. Stephen Holt, who's the chair of Neighborhood Housing Strategy Committee. Welcome, Dr. Holt.
Good to see you, Mr. Mayor.
Likewise.
Yeah. Good to see you, Commissioner Daly and Commissioner Fritz. Good afternoon. I am the chair of the Oversight Committee for the Northeast Housing Strategies, and I have been since its inception of 2015. We started initially with a $20 million allotment from Mayor Hales, and we've grown it to over $19 million with investments from the city and various other sources to address the issue of affordable housing. We are comprised of and made up of various committee members or various community members who are either professional educators, business owners, and or just and some of the most important everyday citizens from the community. Our work has been to establish and support affordable housing throughout the city. We have been extremely fortunate to exceed the goals that were initially set. We have exceeded them with affordable places to live. We've exceeded our goals around mitigating impacts and further gentrification and displacement. We've exceeded our goals with even home ownership because that while renting is fantastic, owning is also a staple for community development and community establishment. Our committee, which is about 13, unanimously agreed to support the expansion of the URA to create other opportunities for people to have stabilized housing. I think someone said it earlier. It is a human. It isn't merely a civil right, and it isn't just a good idea. It is a human right, and we are 100% in support of that. We lend our voice to say that we'd like to see this passed and adopted by City Council. Our work speaks to our investment and concern. And so thank you, Mr. Mayor and commissioners, for examining this and voting to support it.
Thank you, Dr. Holt, and thanks to all of you for your leadership on this important issue. And I'd also like to give an opportunity for Steph Ralph from the Planning and Sustainability Commission to say a few words. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Wheeler, members of City Council. My name is Steph Routh, and it is my honor to represent the Planning and Sustainability Commission today. Expanding opportunities for affordable housing reads like a love letter from Portland to Portland. This is a great targeted code update to streamline the process for nonprofit and faith-based organizations to make property available for much needed housing. These groups are showing up with their values to build permanently affordable housing, in some cases leveraging other funds and efforts to respond to our affordable housing crisis. Under current rules, as you've heard, reducing the area covered by a conditional use approval or going through a zone change costs money, adds uncertainty to projects, and can take months and months. This code update strategically reduces these barriers. This is about helping community-based organizations cut through some red tape in order to advance our shared goals.
Through this process, we saw many organizations ask to join this project once they learned about it, and it sounds like there's a few others that have joined since, which demonstrates both the care that Portlanders hold for one another and the untapped opportunities that exist with connecting resources to potential solutions within our communities. I do want to highlight one amendment the Commission considered, and I'll quote from the letter that we sent you to Council, but I will add, as Nina Totenberg would call it, a dirty read. Okay. In its deliberation of the 21 zoning map amendments proposed, the Commission discussed the one request by a single property owner to change the zoning on their property. While several commissioners were sympathetic to the request, the majority voted against it because they did not want to make an exception for individual situations, which they felt is more of the purview of City Council. End quote. Okay, there it is. We on the Planning and Sustainability Commission urge you to allocate, as others have said, additional resources, including budget and staff time, to advance this work. Let today be the prologue of further work that complements the anti-displacement efforts already underway. Thank you, and excited to see this move forward.
Thank you very much, Steph. We appreciate it. We appreciate all of the work of the Commission. All right, that brings us to our favorite part of any hearing, which is our public testimony from the public at large. We never know exactly what we're going to hear, and that's what makes it exciting. Because of the large number of people signed up and the fact that we have a very aggressive agenda for today, and we want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to be heard, we're going to ask, as your name is called, to keep your testimony within 2 minutes. That's as much as you get at the legislature. It goes quickly, so I just want to warn people about that. But we really do want to hear everybody's perspective. And again, we always take testimony by email. And at the end of the hearing, I will reiterate again how people can provide full written testimony by email. Before we jump into the first names, Carla, Commissioner Udaley has her hand raised. Commissioner Udaley.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to reserve my questions. I'm just wondering when you'd prefer council to have any kind of discussion.
I was thinking we would do that after public testimony, but if you have a burning question now, the beauty is we don't have a rostrum or a testimony table. So if you've got something for Nan or Eric or somebody else, we have that opportunity. And I see Commissioner Fritz has her hand raised as well.
Yeah, I do think.
Well, I was just going to give some information. I believe we have a session to discuss next week. Is that right, Nan?
Yeah, there is an I did leave an opportunity at the end of testimony today if people had Q&A for staff while there are things fresh on their mind. But if Commissioner Daly just has a limited number of questions right now, we can go ahead and get that in and then get to the public testimony.
Yeah, thank you. I have a couple questions and I think they're very relevant for anyone listening or planning to testify. I have been really anxiously and enthusiastically awaiting this moment. I am generally supportive of these changes. However, I was disappointed to learn that there is no longer any kind of affordability requirement associated with these zoning changes. And I have longer comments to make about that, which I'm going to reserve. But I do want to ask that someone explain why this project does not require sites to develop housing that's affordable, which was the original intent of this effort. I've been engaged in this conversation since the beginning with many of the faith communities included in today's presentation. So that's my first question.
Dan or Eric, do you want to handle that?
Good afternoon, Commissioner Daly. Yeah, I'll take that. Eric Kingston from BS again. This was something that was discussed quite extensively at the staff level, and as this project moved through its formation period, many of the institutions that are taking advantage of this project obviously are mission driven, and many will be have the intent to develop these projects as affordable housing projects. And a good portion of those projects probably will attempt to take advantage of public funding for to help with the affordability. And through those programs, there could be there are regulatory attachments to those programs if a project is taking advantage of those. Given that, the staff did not recommend including the affordability in the zoning code. That does create the potential that there is a non-regulated affordable housing project that takes advantage of that. I also, Matt Scheibald from the Housing Bureau is also here on the call if you would like to add anything to that.
So I want to be clear, I absolutely support us getting out of the way of these projects, letting them move forward and supporting them as much as possible. What I don't support is aiding and abetting further gentrification and displacement by opening these properties up to any type of development that could be placed on them. So just to be clear, the churches themselves or the institutions themselves could choose to develop for-profit market rate housing, or they could sell parcels to private investors that will then build market or luxury rate housing on these properties.
That is correct, Commissioner. We don't believe that that's how it will likely play out in most cases, but that is technically true.
That's not much of a comfort to me, to be honest. We can move on. So BDS's concerns that were mentioned in the recommended draft seem focused on logistics, and I believe we can solve logistics, and that's not a good reason to give up on ensuring that the housing that is developed through these zoning code changes is affordable. Besides logistical challenges, why should the city give up an opportunity to ensure that hundreds of units developed through this project would be affordable?
I could just add that to support what Eric said, the changes that we're doing to the maps are on faith-owned sites for the most part, and community-based owned sites that are also mission-based. And so we are confident that those mission-based organizations are going to build what they say they want to build, and what some of them are in the process of moving forward on. We also know that in some cases, they may need to provide a mix of market rate and affordable housing in order to pencil out the project. So part of the rationale for this is to make the regulations more flexible and allow different types of housing developments to be created that are going to be primarily affordable.
Well, again, I want to make it clear, I have the utmost confidence in the communities that have come forward to ask for this change, and the 20 projects that are in the pipeline. That's not my question. I don't have confidence that, given the various pressures, both external and internal, and these are not just faith organizations, they're educational organizations, they're fraternal organizations. This property is owned and controlled in a variety of ways. The decision-making process may not be local at all. I'm very concerned, but I want to make it clear. I really appreciate the work, Nan. I deeply appreciate your long service to our community. I'm sure everyone has the best intentions, I remain very concerned that we are missing an opportunity to really dig into this challenge and work through it and deliver the maximum return for the public good on affordable housing. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Udaly. So we're going to get into testimony, and the first individual, and then Carla, after this individual, I'm going to turn the list over to you, is Jeff Bachrach from the Planning and Sustainability Commission. Jeff, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Wheeler, commissioners. Just wanted to, well, first of all, thank you for this opportunity to participate in the historic virtual land use hearing. It's great that everyone's been able to make the technology work so well.
So sort of.
That's pretty good. It's pretty good. I just want to emphasize, and I think you've already sort of heard this message, what a unique project this has been. And it's not often we truly present you with a streamlined code package geared towards helping produce more housing. I can't remember the last time as a planning commissioner we gave you a code package that was emphasized truly on streamlining the code regulations and not adding new ones. And I hope that becomes something you'll see more from the Planning and Sustainability Commission, as streamlining the code is part of creating more housing. And I think as we've all learned through this process and listening to these faith-based organizations, the code can be a true impediment, a significant impediment to more housing. And so I think anything we can do to look for those regulations that are doing more harm than good and eliminate them is a great thing. And then I hope this is appropriate, but to briefly address Commissioner Udaly, your concern about requiring this to be regulated housing. I think there was a concern, and I hope the Housing Bureau will chime in, that at some point, all housing is helpful at any price range. And I think the feeling was, since all these properties are starting with faith-based communities, the likelihood of seeing higher price housing is small. But even if that's part of accomplishing more regulated affordable housing, the feeling was that's a worthwhile trade-off.
Jeff, I appreciate those comments, but empty luxury rate housing is not good housing for anyone but predatory speculative real estate developers. And again, these aren't just faith communities, they're educational institutions and fraternal organizations. I have known of one instance where a beloved Southeast Portland institution, which I won't name, had their umbrella organization find a loophole and almost sell their property out from under them to a private developer. And I'm very concerned that we are going to see actions such as that, maybe not with our faith communities, but with other institutions. And
let me just jump in here, because we have a lot of people signed up, and Commissioner Udaly, you've made a very strong argument, and I know in the chat a number of people agree strongly with you. But let's get through the testimony, and then we'll have the opportunity to revisit this.
My apologies. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'll turn it back.
Mayor, did we put a limit of 2 minutes on testimony?
Yeah, we have 2 minutes for each person testifying, because we want to get through the list, and it's a long list of people who'd like to testify.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Carla, take it from here, please.
Just letting everybody know, there'll be a chime when you have 30 seconds left, and then a constant ringing when your time is up. The first person is Leon Porter, and he'll be followed by Charles Cunard and Trell Anderson.
Hi, I'm Leon Porter. I strongly support expanding opportunities for affordable housing. It's great that the current draft allows community-based organizations citywide to remove 50% of their parking spaces by right. But an amendment to raise that percentage to 100 would be very much in the public interest. As you're all vividly aware, the city government is now facing major budget cuts, just as the public need for social services soars. Under these conditions, it's especially urgent to make it easier for nonprofit organizations to provide these services, including affordable housing, on their underused parking lots. Community-based organization parking lots are almost the only places affordable housing can be added in single-family neighborhoods without demolishing existing homes or cutting down trees. Parking lots detract from neighborhood character, whereas affordable housing enhances that character by enriching these neighborhoods with socioeconomic diversity. Building affordable housing on parking lots in wealthy neighborhoods also gives lower income residents easier access to good schools, jobs, parks, and other amenities. Targeted upzoning to allow more units on the lots increases all these benefits. And if this raises local demand for street parking, then charging for permits can prevent parking shortages while also helping to fund local street and sidewalk improvements. So, an amendment to allow community-based organizations to remove 100% of their parking spaces by right would be a win-win for these organizations, their neighborhoods, low-income residents, and the city budget. That's all. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Next is Charles Kunert, and he'll be followed by Trell Anderson and Julia Metz.
Thank you very much. My name is Chuck Kunert. I represent Trinity Lutheran Church in 55th and Northeast Killingsworth in Northeast Portland. We were one of the 3 sites who were selected to participate in the Expanding Opportunities venture, and we're very happy to have been part of that and thankful for it. For 130 years, Trinity Lutheran Church and School has served our community in Northeast Portland by offering high-quality education, spiritual strengthening, food assistance, recreational opportunities, and aid to immigrant families. Our founders had the foresight to obtain significant amounts of land for potential future expansion. Our congregation has decided that in light of the affordable housing shortage in the Cully neighborhood where we reside, and particularly the need for our own Latino members for housing, we would like to utilize our real estate resources to meet those needs. We've been trying to do this now for over 3 years, working with the Bureau of Development Services cooperatively to make this happen. The roadblocks to this goal are significant, and without passage of the proposal that is before you, it is not likely to happen. Because we are not a wealthy congregation and because we need to utilize the equity in our property to reduce our own indebtedness, our only alternative would be to sell the property to the highest bidder. We do not want to do this, but without passage of this proposal, we may be forced to. Please help us help you meet the goals of Portland for affordable housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charles.
Sorry, let's see here. Next is Trell Anderson, followed by Julia Metz and Ed Labby.
Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler and council members. My name is Trell Anderson. I am the Executive Director of Northwest Housing Alternatives. We are nonprofit, community-based, and mission-focused to provide opportunities through affordable housing. Established in 1982, we have nearly 2,000 apartment homes in our portfolio, serving families, seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities. We have some 500 apartment homes under construction and another 500 in our planning pipeline, including 75 to 100 units at Grace Commons in partnership with Grace Memorial Episcopal Church, a parish for all people in the heart of the city, located at Northeast 13th and Weidler. On behalf of our project team and the good people at Grace Memorial, we strongly support the recommendations of the Expanding Opportunities for Affordable Housing project presented to you by staff and the Planning and Sustainability Commission. The recommendations help to overcome a good number of barriers to complete affordable housing projects. I want to especially say thank you to Nan Stark, Ecumenical Ministries of Oregon, the 11 Communities Land and Housing Coalition, and the many members of the faith community who I've been able to meet over the past year who are responding to the housing needs of the people in our community. Mayor Wheeler and council members, in the midst of difficult times currently, adopting these recommendations is something very positive that you can move forward. Thank you for considering it. Thank you for your service. And thank you for your ongoing leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Trell. Appreciate it.
Next is Julia Betts, followed by Ed Labby and John Calhoun.
Welcome, Julia.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Julia Metz with Catholic Charities of Oregon, and I'm here to express our support of the recommended draft. Additionally, some of our project partners, including St. Philip Neri Parish, have submitted written testimony in support of the plan. While we foresee citywide opportunities by the plan, today I'd like to focus on the St. Philip Neri site, which is one of the sites proposed for a rezone. Since last year, Catholic Charities has been discussing affordable housing opportunities in partnership with the parish. The site currently hosts a variety of parish uses and buildings, including what is affectionately referred to as the Old Church and the Rectory. Our goal is to restore and repurpose these two buildings and add new complementary buildings along division to support 100% affordable housing and related uses, while also supporting ongoing parish activities. Although we are still in the very early conceptual stages of the project, we held a public open house in early February to share our thoughts at this stage. We received a variety of feedback, and it was exciting to hear from a great number of attendees voicing support for affordable housing on the parish property. As we begin to dig into more specifics of the project, including things like traffic studies, building style and design, historic review, and other items that typically come later in the process, we plan to continue this engagement. However, the site is currently zoned R5, which would not support the number of units typically needed to make an affordable housing development financially feasible or meet minimum unit counts for Portland Housing Bureau funding. The proposed RM2 zone provides the necessary economies of scale for affordable housing while being responsive to nearby zoning. Based on our studies thus far, the rezone would allow us to provide approximately 57 affordable homes and support services. Our written testimony provides more detail as well. If this plan goes through as proposed, it would provide a predictable path for development that could easily deliver affordable homes sooner by a year or more and less expensively with the recommendations of the plan. In short, the recommended draft removes barriers and increases certainty. We can't understate the importance of this for affordable housing developments. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia.
Next is Ted Labby, followed by John Calhoun and Dolores Myers.
Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler and City Council. My name is Ted Labby, and I'm the Executive Director with the Urban Green Spaces Institute. The Urban Green Spaces Institute works at the intersection of housing, transportation, and other issues to integrate green spaces into the fabric and culture of our cities. Today, I'm pleased to strongly support the proposed expanding opportunities for affordable housing project. I'd like to echo earlier comments by the Reverend Julia Nelson to keep expanding opportunities for affordable housing redevelopment at these sites. I also support the PSC's recommendations to let churches repurpose 100% of their parking for housing and to let these reforms apply across the city, not just close to high-frequency transit. Across the Portland region, there are too many churches with declining congregations and a desire to redevelop at least a portion of the church grounds for affordable housing. Many churches have large expanses of underutilized parking and were developed in an era before stormwater management or awareness of climate change in the urban heat island. Because of burdensome conditional use reviews, many churches are frozen in time and cannot easily redevelop to address the twin challenges of affordable housing and the climate crisis. As a volunteer project manager for DPAVE, I've sought to permit regreening projects at churches in Portland and bumped up against these burdensome conditional use reviews, especially around on-site parking. The expanding opportunities for affordable housing reforms will lift some of these conditional use reviews, and this is a good move for the city. Please adopt the expanding of opportunities for affordable housing zoning code amendments. Thanks.
Thank you, Ted. Appreciate it.
Next is John Calhoun, followed by Dolores Myers and Vicki Kirkpatrick.
Mayor Wheeler, Commissioners, my name is John Calhoun. I'm a member of St. Andrew's Presbyterian, located at the corner of Southwest Sunset Boulevard and Southwest Dosh Road. We are one of 20 Presbyterian churches in the city and part of the 96th Church Presbytery of the Cascades. According to our executive presbyter, dozens of our churches across Oregon are looking for ways to ease the affordable housing crisis. This is a priority for our presbytery in that we have available property and a deep mission to serve those most vulnerable in our communities. St. Andrews is interested in converting a section of our parking lot on the west side of Dosh Road so that it can be used to build 4 to 5 units of affordable housing that will fit within the character of this neighborhood. We had applied for conversion from R10 to R1, but after looking into it further and discussing it with our neighbors, we revised the request to R5. This will allow the sale of more affordable lots, but construction of apartment buildings that concern some of our neighbors. We're aware that we will still have to go through an extended process with the city to sell property we want to use for housing from the property left as parking. We ask this council provide encouragement to the Bureau of Planning to continue to support faith communities trying to provide more affordable housing. For those of us who are not professional developers, there will be many rules and steps that can thwart our effort unless there is a continued desire by the Bureau of Planning to help us succeed. So far, we appreciate the work that Nan Stark has done to help us process. We hope that can continue. We are also pleased that the Planning Commission responded favorably to our concerns about limiting the project to locations next to high traffic bus routes. We want to do what is right for the city, for our neighbors, and for prospective new homeowners. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it.
Next is Dolores Myers, followed by Vicki Kirkpatrick and Brian Terrett.
Hi, Dolores. Dolores, are you unmuted? Carla, I'm not sure we have Dolores. Why don't we go on to the next individual and we'll see if we can get Dolores later.
Yeah, I'm not seeing her there. Next is Vicki Kirkpatrick, followed by Brian Terrett.
Vicki, are you here?
She on mute?
She is on the attendee list there, so.
She is on the attendee. She's still muted. So Vicki, down in the lower left-hand corner of your screen, if you move your cursor down towards the bottom, see if the mute button pops up.
Or do star 6 if you're on the phone.
That's a good point. Thanks, Commissioner. If you're on the phone, you need to push star 6 on your keypad, star 6 to unmute. All right, why don't we move on to the next person? Hopefully we'll get Dolores later.
Okay, let's go with Brian Terrett and then Chris Hodge.
Okay, good afternoon. This is Brian Terrett. I am with Legacy Health, and we own the property that's located between Vancouver and Williams and Russell and Knott. That is the focus of the Williams and Russell Project Working Group. In August of 2017, Legacy Health, along with Prosper Portland and the City of Portland, agreed to move forward and to move the property back to the community. And Bryson Davis did a really good job of talking about what was happening with the Project Working Group and why this was important. So I don't want to cover that territory, and I know that time is limited. So let me just focus on the most important thing. One, we wanted to make sure the City Council knew that Legacy was in support of this effort. We feel like it's critically important and will be a key factor to having this project be successful. The other thing I wanted to talk about was the property that is in question right now for this rezoning would be 3 specific tax lots. And those tax lots alone would be the area that's incorporated. The one thing we do know is that the Elliott neighborhood has asked to have an additional block included in this as well. I wanted to make sure the record was clear that we have not asked to have that property rezoned. It is one of the last remaining properties on that campus where we actually have a building. And the challenge is, as we look at any kind of future expansion of hospital-based care, we will need that property. So thank you very much, and it's our hope that you support this. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
Okay, next is Chris Hodge, followed by Dolores Myers, I believe.
Welcome, Chris. Chris, poke *6 to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yep, now we can.
Hey, good afternoon. Thanks for having me. A 20-year resident of the Mount Scott Church of God neighborhood, which I am not certain it's been approved, or I know that they are looking for approval to join this expanded Affordable Housing Act. But the two questions are, one, as part of that tract they're looking to develop, it's now been looked at twice by first a residential developer and then most recently a developer who is looking to put a assisted living care facility on. According to what we've heard from the Mount Scott Church Committee, is that both of those developments have now disappeared. During the process, they identified a portion of the property as being a nature preserve or something to that effect, where a portion of the land that was going to be developed is now supposed to be protected. Is there a way or some site that we could go to as neighbors of this area to find out what is or what may be protected if the developments do go through?
All right, we'll keep that question on the record, and we'll have one of our staff folks answer that later.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Chris.
Next is Dolores Myers, followed by Maria McDowell and Dennis Douglas.
I'm not seeing them on the call.
I see Dolores is there. Dennis Douglas is there.
Is Dolores calling in, or is she on I can't find her name. Is she calling in?
I show her at the very top, number 11 there.
It looks like Dolores is trying to connect with her computer, and she may be having trouble with the mute function.
Okay, so.
What about Maria McDowell? Is she there?
I am here.
Okay.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler and commissioners. I am Maria McDowell, the rector of St. Philip the Deacon Episcopal Church in the Elliott neighborhood. We would like to request that our property at 120 Northeast Knott Street be granted a CM3 designation. As a parish, we fully support the code and zoning changes in the expanding opportunities for affordable housing proposal to remove barriers to affordable housing development on faith community land. I grew up in Portland, but like many, my family is dispersed across the city because we can no longer afford to live close to one another. The 25-minute drive to see one another is becoming hard on my mother's aging body. Likewise, St. Philip is an aging parish founded by African Americans who were dispersed by city-sponsored development over the course of decades. Now, as they age, they want to come home to be together again. Yet their home is no longer what it was. A parishioner, Jerry Caldwell, looks out his window at Calaroga Terrace towards the house in which he was born and sees the Coliseum. He sees the absence of the businesses and homes that supported him as a child and young adult. My parish family wants to spend their last years together, to experience the community that supported them as children and young adults. St. Philip the Deacon would like to use our property to create a culturally sensitive space in the midst of Portland's prosperity for a diversity of age, ability, income, and race, the kind of diversity that is a benefit to any city. Our request is supported by our neighborhood association and our immediate neighbor at 130 Northeast Knott Street, who has also requested that their residential lot be upzoned. If approved, we can explore affordable, potentially multi-generational housing at a site with excellent access to transportation and ensure the building capacity to provide community-oriented ground floor and outdoor spaces. On behalf of our neighbors and our city, please approve the proposed changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I believe Dolores Myers she has her hand up, so maybe she's ready to go. Dolores, can you hear us? Let's go with Dennis Douglas, followed by Diana. Hey.
Hi, this is actually Denise Douglas, not Dennis.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all right, Carla. Thank you. I'm the lead pastor at Mount Scott Church in Southeast Portland. I would like to take the opportunity to thank our mayor and also the city council commissioners. It's been an encouraging afternoon just to hear from so many of our friends in the faith community and to listen to the commissioners and the session. I know that we're all working towards housing needs and community creation. So thank you so much for your hearts for this city. At Mount Scott Church, we have a vision to serve our community and our neighborhood. We see our location as a gathering place for community and as a launching pad to work together. This is not just what we want to do, it's what we've been doing the last 4 years. We've linked arms with our neighborhood association to help homeowners in Southeast Portland who are in trouble. They've been fined by the city, they have homeless living on their property, or they can't repair their own home or mow the lawn. And we've linked arms to help our neighbors through Neighbor to Neighbor. We have to reallocate some of our unused property in order to continue to fund the things that we want to do for our neighbors. We want to take the opportunity to thank the city of Portland for recognizing we are better together. And your decision to create an easier path for churches to sell excess property will benefit the greater community in numerous ways. We've been impressed with every city employee we've worked with in the Neighbor to Neighbor program, and we look forward to doing even more together. So please pass this for all of our sakes. Let's make the community better together.
Thank you.
Oh,
Dolores, you're on.
oh my goodness. Thank you so
Yay.
much.
Thank you for your persistence. It paid off.
Thank you for the opportunity, and hello, everyone. And it's difficult to, give my thoughts because the zoning, I don't understand totally, but I was informed by Nan Stark that it could be 30 feet tall and 3 stories. And I feel that the architecture should relate to our surrounding neighborhood. And I am concerned about Philip Neri has 57 units, and I wonder how many units might go in here. And then I think about the parking, and I think there should be a playground for the kids. So I'm impressed by the goodwill of everyone that wants to provide affordable housing, and I do believe in that. But I think we have to consider the impact on the neighborhood when you bring in people and you don't provide the parking and the space safe for children to play that they should have. And I've been a resident here for 27 years, and I live next to Ascension Church. And when we get buildings, they will block the view of the Cascade, which is kind of sad. And I think that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Dolores. We appreciate it.
Next is Diane Clay, followed by Bill Cabersman.
Carl, the name cut out a little bit. Could you repeat the person's name?
We are on Diane Clay.
Diane,
Can you hear me?
loudly and clearly, you're good to go.
Hi. Hello. Thanks for having me here today, Mayor Wheeler and all the commissioners. My name is Diane Clay. I am here to request a zone change for residential to multi-dwelling for the property at 4515 North Mississippi Avenue. First, a little backstory. I purchased my grandmother's house that had been in the family for over 30 years. Grandma was worried before she passed away that the family house would be lost to gentrification by the way of a hard money lender her children had to use in order to remove mold and asbestos from the house.
Diane, you muted yourself.
Sorry about that. Back from those hard money lenders. After I purchased the home, I knew there was a need for affordable housing in the neighborhood, especially to the people of color and low-income people that has been displaced and lost their homes in the past couple of decades due to gentrification. I started my property management business in order to provide affordable housing in the neighborhood. I rented out individual rooms and provided affordable rooms that is 25% below the market rate for the area to individuals who love or grew up in Northeast area that didn't want to be displaced to East County or Gresham. My greatest obstacle or barrier is access to capital. I am an affordable housing provider. My request to change the zoning from single dwelling residential to multifamily will allow me to expand and offer more affordable housing in the interstate corridor boundary. Since my property is in the interstate corridor urban renewal area, I fall into the gap of my business not being able to benefit from various programs that are designed to help small minority business and property owners like myself due to being in a single dwelling zone. This is a huge barrier for me and my family. I need the zoning to be changed to multi-dwelling so that I can access Prosper Portland funds to do upgrades to the house. If I can do that, I will be able to provide generational wealth for my family, as well as provide safe, adequate, affordable housing to low-income people in the community. My house is located 2 houses down from property that are already multifamily zoned and kitty corner from properties that are commercial zoning. I know that I'm just an individual person. Granted, I don't have the political backing or corporation backing, I should say, behind it, but please consider this zone change that will benefit the community and provide a wealth generation opportunity for my family that has been living in the area for several generations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Diana. Commissioner Fritz?
Thank you, Ms. Clay. Were you the person who testified at the Planning Commission that was referred to earlier?
Yes, ma'am. So I'm just a single individual, so I'm not a major corporation, and I get that. However, in order for me to allow, my family's been in this area for generations after generations. In order for me to provide wealth for my family and then provide low-income housing for people for my friends and other family members, I need the zone to be changed.
Thank you very much for taking the time to come here today. I'm very interested in pursuing your request, similar to another request that the council heard a couple of years ago. And I think that it's another way that we can provide reparations and also prevent displacement, as you said. So I'll certainly want some more information and would be very interested in pursuing this. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Diana. Thank you, Commissioner Fritz.
Next, I have Bill Kabizman, followed by Ikuko Hisaka and Doug Klotz.
Hello, Mayor Wheeler, commissioners. My name is Bill Kabizman, and I'm an attorney with Bateman Seidel. I represent several neighbors who live adjacent to or close by the St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church on Southwest Sunset Boulevard, the last map change in your packet, number 20. Staff has talked about this particular property during this presentation. And you also heard from the church itself and Mr. Calhoun, who talked about the church's desire to rezone from R10 to R5. And we want to support the church in their desire to go to R5. Before I go into some of the reasons, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today in this new environment we're all adjusting to, and to acknowledge the good work in this project. My clients support this effort to provide affordable housing in institutions and the good work that has gone into it. There are many opportunities for affordable housing in the city, and targeting willing institutions and addressing the barriers they face is a great way to spur that development of the affordable housing. In the case of St. Andrew's Church, as you heard, they are a willing institution. But after consulting with the neighborhood, they want to make sure what they do is appropriate for their neighborhood. The packet from the Planning Commission suggested a rezoning to RM1, as they originally requested, but their request now is to go to R5. And that's what the neighbors support, and that's what the church supports as well. If this council truly wants this project to succeed, it's important to follow the wishes of the willing institutions, or it may result in a different barrier being erected. In this case, you have the institution and its neighbors agreeing on a path forward. And I urge you to follow that path that comes from the church, it's been vetted by the neighbors, and adopt the amendments to the code, including the changes in the St. Andrews property from R10 to R5. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Bill. Commissioner Fritz, did you just keep your hand up, or did you have a specific question here?
No, I just wanted to say that I really appreciate the church and the neighbors working together. And actually, you've addressed a concern that I had, that this particular site is over half a mile from transit and probably not a very good site for multifamily housing. So I agree that the R5 designation gets the best of both worlds. So thank you for coming in.
Thank you, Commissioner Fritz.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Commissioner Fritz.
Next is Ikuko Hisaka, followed by Doug Klotz and Mary Vogel.
Welcome. I'm sorry, Carla, could you repeat the name?
I see they're on the line. It's Ikuko Hisaka.
Hi, this is Tsushi Asako with my mom, Ikuko. She submitted a written testimony yesterday and will be opting out of the spoken testimony today.
Thank you.
Hello?
Doug, you're up.
Great, thank you. Hi, Mayor Wheeler and Commissioners. My name is Doug Klotz. I strongly support expanded opportunities for affordable housing. As the Archdiocese of Portland said, this will make it easier and more predictable for affordable housing developers and faith communities to respond to the housing crisis. I support changes to the conditional use code, especially allowing removal of 50% of parking spaces for housing without conditional use process. And along with Portland Neighbors Welcome, I also support upping that to 100% of the parking spaces. Housing people should take precedence over storing cars. I support all of the proposed zone changes. The sites were carefully reviewed by staff who recommended appropriate new zoning. There's 3 sites specifically I want to talk about. I support all 3 of these. The first is Emmanuel Temple on North Sumner, which is a change from R25 to CM2 to allow the church to pursue affordable housing or other uses to further their mission. CM2 allows more housing and more flexibility in height and matches zoning that's a mere 2 blocks away. This seems appropriate to me. The Robeson Jewish home already has 2 existing large buildings, 1 story but spread out. The site on southwest boundary adjoins one of them. As the site has a C overlay, RM1 zoning will allow better use of this large site near BH Highway to expand facilities. Boundary Street could be closed west of the site to reduce neighborhood traffic or some sort of restriction there. I support the rezoning of St. Philip Neri on Southeast 16th. An historic district should preserve buildings of the past but allow uses of today and of the future. This proposal saves and restores 3 buildings, including the 1952 Petro Belushi Church. Belushi's son, Tony, is on the design team for one of the new buildings, and historic review will ensure compatibility. Affordable housing along Division will complement older buildings and address 21st century needs right across from a grocery store and on a major transit corridor. And I support the entire proposal, and plus would ask for 100% parking removal allowance. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sorry. Next is Mary Vogel.
Welcome, Mary.
Okay, am I unmuted now? Yeah.
You certainly are. You're good.
Okay, thank you. I'm Mary Vogel, Principal of Plan Green and Co-Administrator of Portland Small Developer Alliance. I cannot offer a great personal story like many who testified today, as I live downtown and am most aligned with First Unitarian Church, which has CX zoning, allowing some of the highest density in the city. Plans are underway there, and I fully support them. I fully support this proposal too, the expanding opportunities for affordable housing. Although Portland Small Developer Alliance has not taken a position, I believe that many of our members would jump at the chance to help affected faith-based and nonprofit landowners. As developers indirectly affiliated with Congress for the New Urbanism, I do know that they believe facts don't support the density is dangerous narrative, which is the title of a study by CNU journal editor Rob Stutfel, who points out that even in New York City, the least dense borough, Staten Island, had more cases than the most dense, Manhattan. I've taken quotes from a few more studies that may be helpful in assuaging our neighbors who fear further density in their neighborhood because of pandemics. Folks can get links to these studies as well as cogent quotes from my latest testimony on Map App. Density is not destiny, COVID in Cascadia by Joe Courtwright of City Observatory. Another Coronavirus, the New Face of Urban Density by Liam Dillon of LA Times staff writer. This author also has a link to a piece that nuances density into 2 types that I don't have time to go into today. And then urban density is not the enemy in the coronavirus fight. Evidence from China by Wanli Fang and Same Waba on the World Bank blog. Mayor Wheeler, city commissioners, and your staffs, as well as members of the public who are listening today, thanks for taking the time to listen to our testimonies. You each contribute to my sense of community, no matter which side you are on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Next is Heidi Hart, followed by John Washington and Douglas Taylor.
Welcome, Heidi.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Heidi Hart, and I strongly support the Expanding Opportunities for Affordable Housing project. I commend the inclusion of the ability to remove up to 50% of parking by right anywhere, and I hope that the city will go further and also allow 100% of the existing parking spaces to be converted to housing. Religious institutions and other community-based organizations can assess their own parking needs and should have the maximum possible flexibility to serve their communities and create desperately needed housing, especially in light of the current crisis. I also urge the city to approve all individual upzoning requests that you may have received, and to keep in mind that low-income Portlanders who would potentially live in future housing do not have the same ability to organize as the homeowners who are currently stably housed. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Heidi.
Next is John Washington, followed by Douglas Taylor and Ravi Karan.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Mayor. How are you guys doing? I hope we're finding you in good health.
Thank you.
I'm here on behalf of the Seoul District Business Association as the Executive Director in support and advocacy of a zone change for the properties located on 4505 North Mississippi Avenue and 4515 North Mississippi Avenue. Change from a single dwelling R2.5 to a multi-dwelling R1 or mixed commercial CM2. We stand in support of our long-standing historical Black property owners as they seek to answer our community's challenge of providing culturally specific affordable housing within our Northeast Portland district. Our district has been hit particularly hard by imbalance of wealth disparities that persist in the Black community. Gentrification, displacement, and divestment have all played a hand in disrupting the general wealth cycle of our under-resourced Black residents, businesses, and property owners. This zoning change will provide an opportunity to mitigate the displacement of longtime Black residents while providing opportunities for them to create additional affordable housing and wealth creation strategies for their families and other community members in need. Thank you for considering our request for this support, and we appreciate your commitment to our city's development. Again, and thank you very much again for the time and investment which you guys have put into this. And particularly, Commissioner Bailey, I have an appreciation for you being wise. And thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Washington.
Next is Douglas Taylor, followed by Ravi Karan and Kaniko Berkson.
Good afternoon. My name is Douglas Taylor, and my family and I are longtime Southeast Portland residents near St. Philip Neri Catholic Church at 2408 Southeast 16th Avenue. Mayor Wheeler and members of council, I want to thank you for your consideration of expanding affordable housing under the city's Expanding Opportunities for Affordable Housing, or EOAH initiative, especially during this difficult time for all of us with this pandemic. We appreciate that City of Portland can amend local ordinances within the Title 33 Comprehensive Plan Map and based on amendments proposed for St. Philip Neri without requiring full disclosure from the requesting agency, Catholic Charities of Oregon. We are aware that the city is considering both Title 33 changes for St. Philip Neri as part of EOAH. However, the St. Philip Neri annotation and the full body of the recommended draft does not require affordable housing on any of the proposed sites, the St. Philip Neri parcel included. If the whole justification for these zoning and comprehensive plan map changes is to facilitate affordable housing, I don't see how these proposals comply if organizations are encouraged but not required to build affordable housing developments, as Commissioner Udaley emphasized in her questions of Nan Stark and Eric Engstrom today. As council and the public heard, assurances about affordable housing are not binding to organizations that could choose to develop market rate or luxury rate units or sell to a private developer looking to do the same, especially in the case of a large, well-heeled 501c3 like Catholic Charities. Additionally, any material regarding the legal requirement of a transportation impact analysis demonstrating compliance with the transportation planning rule for possible development was not listed. Finally, the Catholic Charities proposal for future housing development on the St. Philip Neri parcel proves inconsistent with the neighborhood's National Historic District character and uses existing structures for purposes other than which they were originally intended. For these reasons, I urge St. Philip Neri Catholic Church to be removed from the city's Expanding Opportunities for Affordable Housing initiative and deny the zoning changes sought by Catholic Charities of Oregon to build a large-scale housing development on this historically designated church parcel, where affordable housing is encouraged of this faith-based organization, but certainly not required. I want to thank the mayor and all the commissioners for their consideration of my testimony.
Thank you, Douglas.
Next is Ravi Karan, followed by Kankio Clarkson and Linda Netikoven.
Hello.
Hello, we hear you.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Ravi Reddy. I'm a resident on Boundary Street, and I would like to thank the mayor and the commissioners for providing me this opportunity to provide my testimony about the expanding opportunities for affordable housing and the amendments to the zoning. Although I support this initiative, I do not support the change of zoning of a particular property in this initiative. I do not support the change to the zoning of the Robeson Jewish Home, which is located on Boundary Street, from R10 to RM1. With the limited availability of my time, I would like to highlight only two of the specific issues that are on matter here. One, the complete lack of transparency in introducing this particular property to the existing plan. The property under question, the Robeson Jewish Home, does not appear in the draft proposed in January. On March 10th, when a set of 9 additional properties were introduced, there was a visible surprise and astonishment expressed by the members of the planning board. This lack of transparency by the city and the board of directors at the Robeson Jewish Center results in complete distrust and a deep sense of insecurity among the residents of Boundary Street. The Robeson Jewish Center is under the auspices of one of the richest families in Portland. The lack of transparency here shines a very poor light on the city administrators. There has been no communication or notifications about this property sent to the residents on the street, either by the city or our Robeson Jewish Center neighbors. The last 2 months have been very difficult for many of us, especially now when we need to be more vigilant. The lack of communication and transparency is very troubling. This is especially for Councilwoman Joanne Hardesty. I would like to impress upon you the need to adequately question the transparency requirements of this particular property. Secondly, I would like to point out the environmental impact of this change to the Robeson Jewish Home property. The rezoning of this property is a complete anathema to the overall project goal and the city goals. Since 2010, all the other projects in this expanding housing opportunity have been to reclaim parking lots and use underutilized properties along major arteries of the city. The property under question here is a densely wooded property that is part of a constantly eroding catchment basin of Fano Creek. The failing grades on the Fano Creek report card demonstrate the vulnerability of the fish and wildlife. The land along most of the creek's banks, namely the riparian area, is very narrow and vegetation covers almost nil to non-existent in some areas. We need to improve the catchment area instead of destroying it. I strongly urge the mayors and the councilors to oppose this change in zoning for the Robeson Jewish Home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Next is Keo Clarkson, followed by Linda Nedekoven and Kathleen McCullough.
Thank you. And Carla, after this next testimony, could you give me just a heads up on how many more folks we have yet to testify?
Will do.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. My name's Keo Clarkson, and I believe in affordable housing, and I think it's a wonderful idea. But I oppose the affordable housing development for the Robinson Home in Cedars-Sinai on Boundary Street because their proposal is too vague. My husband and I moved into this neighborhood because of the quaint street, green space, and the trails located at the Robinson property. Since then, we've had two children, and our children spend a lot of time in our front yard, the green space and the trail, because we don't have much of a backyard space. That's where they play. We're concerned about the safety of the 10 to 15 children on the street. In the past, I've complained about the traffic issues in and out of the Robinson and Cedars-Sinai home, and it was dismissed by the staff there. Boundary Street does not have the capacity with the increase of traffic. It's a very narrow street. We do not want to have to worry about our children getting hit by a car in front of our house. We ask you to please take it in consideration not to take away the safety of the children, the pedestrians that use this street, and the dog walkers. So many of us avoid the bustling and very loud Beaverton-Hillsdale Highway, which unfortunately has had many pedestrian fatalities in the recent year. That's all I have to say, but yeah, so thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Carla, can I get a check?
It's 15, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Next is Linda Netikoven, followed by Kathleen McCullough and Andrew Berlingberg.
Hello, Mayor Wheeler and commissioners. This is Linda Netikoven. It's very nice to see your faces, even briefly on screen. I'm here to express my strong support for the expanding opportunities for affordable housing proposal before you. The removal of these barriers represents the kind of innovative thinking we need in response to Portland's well-documented housing crisis. It allows new units to be built without the need to demolish existing housing or to displace residents in the process. The increased access to housing, along with any of the impacts from this new infill, will be shared by neighborhoods across the city. In my neighborhood, it will lessen in a small way some of the economic segregation that ongoing gentrification has forced upon us. With the excellent work that has already been done by staff and so many community partners, I have only a few side comments on the package. I do share Commissioner Udaley's concern about wanting to maximize the affordable housing units that are built due to these zone changes. I have concerns about how to conduct vital community engagement in the midst of a pandemic. I am interested in how evaluation will be conducted. Is there a system in place to track the units built, the communities served, the number that are affordable and at what income levels, et cetera? And also how design opportunities will be maximized so that density will bring good design to communities. I think some of these may be handled in the manual you're putting together, but I want to raise those concerns just the same. My final comment is about the St. Philip Neri project. I live within 3 blocks of St. Philip Neri and wish to add my strong support for that project, assuming that it will be affordable housing. It is ideal for providing more equitable access to housing in an area that has been gentrifying for some time and is now a high opportunity neighborhood. It is located on frequent service bus line, soon to host bus rapid transit. There's a grocery store across the street, as Doug mentioned, a community garden around the corner, People's Food Co-op a few blocks away, nearby restaurants, coffee shops, and other commercial establishments on Division and nearby commercial corridors. There's a daycare center and an elementary school within a few blocks should families with children live there, and it could provide opportunities for lower income seniors living in the vicinity to age in place. There are many reasons to support the St. Philip Neri project. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Linda.
Next is Kathleen McCullough, followed by Andrew Berlingberg and Marissa Grimm.
Welcome, Kathleen.
My name is Kathleen McCullough. I'm a member of the Hayhurst Neighborhood Association and the Sweeney Equity and Inclusion Committee. My testimony specifically concerns the application by the Robeson Home, also known as Cedar Sinai Park, on Southwest Boundary Street. My family has lived on Southwest Boundary Street for over 56 years. During this time, we have witnessed and been supportive of the changes at the Robeson Home. However, now we break from that support. In the past, the neighbors have been involved in discussions surrounding development, but this time that did not occur. Now their neighborhood is faced with the rezoning of a green space and an adjoining old growth forest for multiple family dwellings for the elderly. The development would have an enormous physical, psychological, environmental, and financial impact on our small neighborhood. It is not the case that this proposal is paving over a parking lot. This land serves as an environmental buffer against Beaverton-Hillsdale Highway, a community space for walkers from the home and from adjoining neighborhoods. If this land is built up to the degree that rezoning would allow, there would be more people in those dwellings than there would be in the single-family dwellings that have existed for decades. It is not a street of McMansions, but modest single-family homes. My dad built the home I live in here now. I recognize the intent of the proposal is to build affordable housing, and I and my neighbors echo the concerns of Chloe Udaly. What kind of oversight will Cedars-Sinai Park have to ensure affordability? The current prices for Rose Manor on the CSP campus, roughly from $5,000 to $7,000 a month. Another part of the proposal that seems like just the tip of the hat is the access to a bus stop at the bottom of 62nd, which runs from Beaverton Hillsdale Highway to Boundary Street. 62nd is a hill, and quite a hill. I highly doubt that the elderly will traverse it to get to the bus stop for services. Furthermore, 62nd is lined with cars as is, and you have to pull over to let another car through. 62nd cannot handle the traffic to and from Boundary Street. Lastly, the livability of Boundary Street will plummet with the proposed plan, and our house prices will plummet along with it. I ask you to please hold off on your decision regarding this proposal. Give the neighborhood a chance. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Next is Andrew Berg, followed by Marissa Grimm and Fernanda D'Agostino.
Thank you, Mayor Wheeler and commissioners, for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Andrew Berlenberg. I'm a citizen of Portland and a homeowner living next door to the St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church's parking lot. I support both the need for more affordable housing in our city and St. Andrew's request to rezone their parking lot from R10 to R5. As you heard from John Calhoun of the church, the R5 zoning will allow St. Andrew's to achieve its goal of providing affordable homes. The documents posted on the city's website show a change from R10 to RM1 zoning, which I'm told is an error that has been corrected. R5 zoning will allow double the density of the current zoning and still fit within the constraints of the neighborhood. As Commissioner Fritz stated earlier on this meeting, these constraints include very limited public transportation. According to the website Walk Score, the property rates a 21 out of 100 for walkability and is described as car dependent with few nearby public transportation options. Another constraint is the narrowness and lack of sidewalks on both Dosh Road and Sunset Boulevard. The shoulder of Dosh, a 2-lane road, slopes into a ditch just north of the property, making walking a challenge. While absorbing a handful of new housing units would be manageable, the level of development permissible with RM1 zoning would overwhelm the available transportation infrastructure. My understanding is the church does not want RM1 zoning, and I do not support a change to RM1 zoning. I encourage the City Council to support the change to R5 zoning, which is the goal of the church and supported by many of my neighbors and me. I thank you again for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Andrew.
Next is Marissa Grimm, followed by Fernanda D'Agostino and Dari Kondama Reddy.
Welcome.
Hi. You can hear me. I think I'm turning off this one. Sorry, I'm doubled up on my phone and my computer.
Yeah, you can only have one or the other.
I know. I'm leaving this one.
Okay.
Wait, can you hear me now?
Perfectly. Thank you.
Ah!
That didn't sound good. What happened? Marissa, are you still with us?
See what you did, Mayor?
I don't see what I did. That's what's scaring me. All right, let's come back to Marissa.
Wait, I'm here.
There she is. Okay. Yep, we can hear you.
All right, perfect. Okay. Well, hello, Mayor and commissioners and everybody listening. My name is Marissa Grimm, and I live on the corner of Boundary Street and Shattuck Road. I obviously, my first thing is that I absolutely think we need affordable housing, and I agree with Nan, and I love what she's doing, and I love this partnership. However, on Boundary Street cannot support another sort of unit with like a multi-dwelling housing project. We already are overloaded as it is, and this is a really narrow street, and being that I'm on the corner of Shattuck Road And in Boundary Street, there's a lot of traffic, obviously, coming to and from the Robinson home. And so we get cars that kind of fly through this area right on into the street, which really isn't cut out to even have two cars like passing each other on the road. So we have, it's also parallels Beaverton Hollister Highway. So we have a lot of walking traffic, we have bikers. And my concern always is that somebody will get hit, especially with people, the way they fly, through the streets. And we do have a number of kids. And the thing I love is we have quite a few elderly that walk the street often. So that's great. I just don't think that we can support having more people, more cars, more traffic through the street. And as it is, we already have emergency vehicles come through often. And, the one from one end of the street to another, there are two roads. There's 65th and there's the exit entrance into Shattuck Road, which are really, really narrow. So that would be my first one. And I also agree with Commissioner Daly that my concern would be that it's really ambiguous on what that would look like. And being that it is a business next door and there are residents that are paying, $5,000 to $7,000 to be there, I just can't see how we can guarantee that there'll be affordable housing in that project. So those are really my main concerns, and I oppose changing the permit for this property.
Excellent. Thank you, Marisa.
Thank you.
Next is Fernanda D. Agostino, followed by Dory Kandama Reddy and Brian Folks.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm Fernanda D'Agostino. Thanks for having us, and thanks for all your good work on this project. I have lived on Boundary Street for 30 years, and I've watched Cedar Sinai grow from a small little apartment complex to what it is today, which is a major care facility for the elderly. And I first of all want to say that we've had, in the 30 years, we've had wonderful relationships with the people that live there. And also with the people that live in the Affordable Elder Center, I don't know the name of it, on Beaverton Hollister Highway. This is a really big walking street and it's a family street. And I sort of support having affordable housing on our street. But what worries me is that there are a number of the earlier pastors and ministers that talked about the relationship that they had with the neighbors and the conversations they had with the neighbors about how to accomplish this in a way that was going to fortify the community. We haven't had those conversations. And in the 30 years that I've lived here, the traffic and the speeding that Marisa was just mentioning, that's been a problem for 30 years. And every time there's a new change at Cedar Sinai, then, there has been discussion, but nothing ever changes. The speeding, the traffic, it's just, never ending. And I feel concerned that it will not be affordable, and that we'll also really create a dangerous situation for the families that live here and the people that use Boundary as a place to walk. So I would really ask the commission to work with Cedar Sinai to have some real commitments, not just a handshake, about traffic calming. And, trying to develop this in a way that's going to be affordable and also reflect the character of the neighborhood. I think it's not impossible to do, but it takes a little bit more. I wish we had the relationship with the board and the administrators at Cedar Sinai that we have with our neighbors, that we walk with and talk with and in our front yard. It's just not. That relationship isn't there, and I really regret that. But we need the city to advocate for us, because we've been trying to advocate for ourselves for 30 years and really getting nowhere. Anyway, I hope we can find a way, because we do need to address the housing shortage. Anyway, that's what I had to say today. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Fernanda.
Next is Dari Kandama Reddy, followed by Brian Folks and Lisha Posey.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Dari.
Hello. I would like to thank the mayor and the city council for the opportunity to provide my testimony about expanding opportunities for affordable housing and the amendments to the zoning. My name is Dari Kandama Reddy, and I am a neighbor of the Robeson Jewish Home in Southwest Portland on Boundary Street. And although I support this initiative, I do not support the change of zoning of one particular property, and that is the Robeson Jewish Home. I do not support changing the zoning from R10 to RM1. As a neighbor of the Robeson Jewish Home, ambulances, fire engines, employees, visitors, and residents of the facility drive in front of my home. And this street is not maintained by the city of Portland. There are no sidewalks and a lot of potholes. It's very loud as the trucks go by, and the potholes make the whole bottom of the truck rattle. But, you know, in this time and always, Boundary Street has been a neighborhood walkway. And the residents of the street provide much needed social and emotional support for the elder residents of the Robeson Jewish Home in their daily walks. You know, my 10-year-old son constantly shares his walks and stories with the residents of the home. But even though we love our neighbors, those who are residents of the Robeson Jewish Home, we have been kept in the dark by the management of this organization. And this lack of trust and communication by the management is why I am opposing the change in the zoning. In previous construction projects, we were treated as an annoyance rather than as an asset. And getting information from the management was like pulling teeth. The neighborhood's concerns on the traffic mitigation or the reduction of parking or any support towards upkeep of the street were barely acknowledged and disregarded by the management. So because of this, the Boundary neighbors can't entrust the Robeson Jewish Homes management or board in building a large housing complex. I'd like to close my testimony with a line from the famous poem by Robert Frost. Good fences make good neighbors. We want to be good neighbors with the residents of the Robeson Jewish Home, but the management has not been a willing partner. So in closing, I do not support the change of zoning of the Robeson Jewish Home from R10 to RM1. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dari.
Next is Brian Folks, followed by Lisha Posey and Nicholas Davis.
Hello, this is Brian Fuchs on Boundary Street, and I would like to ask that Cedars-Sinai not be included in this zoning change. I remember when they bought the land involved from Alpenrose Dairy maybe 15, 20 years ago, and they expressly planned at the time to build on it, but never since have they said anything about affordable housing. I don't think it's their plan. And I think they're just taking opportunity now to try and escape the normal zone change process and in a way do an end run around the neighborhood. Cedars-Sinai is a huge institution. It's, in my sense, the 800-pound gorilla in a otherwise quiet neighborhood, and they pay attention to their own needs and not at all to ours. And in our trying to interact with them, they have not been reliable. They don't honor agreements, even written and signed agreements, they don't honor. The one neighborhood agreement that they signed an agreement, it took 14 years of constant badgering before they did what they said they would, and then they only did it halfway. And in this whole process, we, the neighbors on Boundary Street, feel blindsided because We only heard about this through the grapevine the end of last week. And that's not okay. Everyone along Boundary Street is hugely impacted. This is a poorly built road made of gravel and oil. We have huge trucks going back and forth and all the Cedars-Sinai traffic. And we need leverage over them. And if you grant this change to Cedars-Sinai without any neighborhood involvement, it'll be a coup for them, and it will just help them to further ignore their impact on the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Udaley.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to let everyone know that came to testify about Robeson, that even with a zoning change, which I'm not saying whether or not I would support, I'll have to look into it more, there will be requirements at the development permitting stage to look at transportation impact and whether the existing infrastructure could support increased density. There could be anything from right-of-way improvement requirements to just a denial of the permit. So I don't want you to think that even if this change does go ahead, that means that property will be developed tomorrow. There are still checks in place. So I wanted to share that, and I'm going to continue looking into it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Next is Leisha Posey, followed by Nicholas Davis and Jordan Winkler.
Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler and commissioners.
Good afternoon.
My name is Leisha Posey, and I am the former co-chair of the North by Northeast Community Development Initiative Action Plan Oversight Committee for Prosper Portland. I am also the community partner and program lead for the Empowered Communities program housed in the Bureau of Development Services. I met Portland resident and small business owner Diane Clay through this work. As she mentioned in her earlier testimony, Ms. Clay's story is one shared by many Black people in Portland. It is one of disenfranchisement, predatory lending, displacement, struggle, systematic and structural disparities, survival, and legacy. She is now simply seeking to create generational wealth for her family by transforming her family's property into a real estate asset. Ms. Clay also has a vision for her community. She is providing community benefit with an innovative strategy to provide affordable and culturally responsive housing in a landscape that was once home to many African Americans in Northeast Portland. Unfortunately, she is at an impasse and unable to secure the financial backing to grow. Ms. Clay has fallen through the gaps of existing public programs and resources aimed at supporting Black women-owned businesses and properties such as hers. In an effort to support Ms. Clay's goal for creating generational wealth and counteracting displacement, I am asking Portland City Council to accept Ms. Clay's request to change her property located at 4515 North Mississippi Avenue from residential single dwelling to multi-dwelling as part of the Expanding Opportunities for Affordable Housing project. Like the majority of other businesses and property owners on Mississippi Avenue who have benefited from zoning changes, this change could provide Ms. Clay with similar benefits and opportunities. Most importantly, it could provide her and the community she seeks to serve a chance to change the narrative, a chance to thrive. Please support her vision, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Leisha.
Next is Nicholas Davis, and he'll be followed by Jordan Winkler and Christy Dyron.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you for taking the time to hear me today. I appreciate it. So my name is Nicholas Davis. I'm a resident of Southwest Boundary Street and a Portland native. I'm here to discuss the proposal to rezone the Robeson forest lot from R10, R10C to RM1 and RM1C. I oppose the Robeson rezoning, but generally support the measure. With the exception of Robeson and the properties directly adjacent to Highway 10, our neighborhood's actually nearly entirely R7 and R10. Robinson already has 2 large multi-tenant facilities on our street, on our small street, one of which appears to be already an exception to their R7 zoning. So creating more dense facilities here will really only increase the abrupt transition and the tension between the primarily R7, R10 zoning of our road and neighborhood. These would also clearly tax our natural environment as well as our limited physical resources, including, but definitely not limited to, our narrow road itself. As far as ecological impacts, as Ravi mentioned, we live on top of a steep valley down to Highway 10. There's a great deal of water runoff that most houses have to deal with already to some extent, and more built land adjacent to us and across from some of our neighbors will only worsen this, likely causing residents to incur greater costs for their buildings and land maintenance, and in addition to greater stormwater runoff and pollution that built land is known to have. These acres of land also house a myriad of wildlife. Destroying this would obviously leave them without homes. Now, we're already constrained by the Robeson Jewish Center and the Arlene Schnitzer Manor. There must be some middle ground beyond rezoning the entire forest. One would think. If it were clear how Robeson planned to use the facility and stipulations they better themselves as neighbors, I think just about everyone here would support a measure to increase affordable housing. So, to be clear, this is not NIMBYism, but a concern for a lack of actual stipulation for affordable housing, and ask that the densifying of our unique case just be thought out a little more, and that the existing and future costs that Robeson puts on our neighborhood actually be acknowledged and negotiated. It seems that they only endeavor to expand their senior living facilities, and so their bottom line, and that can be quite frustrating. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate hearing my testimony.
Thank you.
Next is Jordan Winkler, and they'll be followed by Christy Dyron and Jasmine Velez.
Welcome, Mr. Winkler.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Jordan Winkler, and I'm just helping Cedars-Sinai Park just on a volunteer basis with this zone change we've just been hearing so much about. And this is all about some excess land to Cedars-Sinai Park that the organization purchased years ago to be a future sort of, in addition to the campus. And we've heard some opposition. So I just wanted to tell you a little bit about CSP's intentions and its affordable housing expertise. Cedars-Sinai Park is a nonprofit with the mission of providing residential and community-based care to our elders and adults with special needs, allowing them to live with comfort, independence, and dignity. CSP has been serving this community for 100 years. In fact, its 100-year anniversary party was scheduled to occur this weekend before the pandemic put a stop to it. And it's been located on Southwest Boundary Street for about 65 years. CSP owns the large parcel adjacent to its campus that's intended for an eventual campus expansion or for affordable housing development with the opportunities provided by this project, and also for nature preservation because much of the site is already in an environmental overlay zone. And CSP doesn't have a concrete plan for what to do next. It's just CSP is a big player in affordable housing and has demonstrated expertise in affordable housing, particularly for seniors. The organization preserved 540 units of affordable housing in downtown Portland and operates those 540 affordable units today with a high standard of resident services and a deep care for the well-being of the residents. And what's especially interesting about this opportunity to build affordable housing adjacent to the campus is the ability to provide enhanced level of resident services for seniors, drawing on the extensive resources on campus to help the seniors living independently in the affordable housing live independently for longer before they need to enter a care facility. And that would be really an exemplary model for senior affordable housing and a great thing for the community. And we've heard some testimony expressing concerns about traffic and other matters. And I think CSP has demonstrated before that the organization is committed to addressing neighbors' concerns, managing the traffic in the neighborhood, and would only do additional development if it could be additive and helpful to the neighborhood. CSP has already agreed to special arrangements with the neighborhood to direct traffic and deliveries only on certain less disruptive streets. And the organization is just deeply committed to working again with concerned neighbors once CSP has any sort of development plan for the site. But as of this moment, there is none. It's just a land use decision. And then I just want to say that CSP has an extraordinary commitment to best practices. Through careful measures, there have been thankfully 0 COVID-19 cases on campus to date. And CSP would bring that same sort of commitment to best practices to any development of the site. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Christy Deeren, followed by Jasmine Velez, who will be using an interpreter, and then Lauren Hawk, I show as our last speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler, Commissioners Fritz, Hardesty, and you Daly. My name is Christy Deeren, and I am the pastor of West Portland United Methodist Church, and I'm also a member of the 11 Community Land and Housing Coalition. In 1980, the church purchased the land, which is actually denoted as lot number 9 on the expanding opportunities map. And that was agreed with the former owners that would be used only for benefiting the community. It would not be sold at market or luxury rate for profit. 3 years ago, the church began to explore putting affordable housing on that land. And we ran into two things: amazing support from our neighbors, including our neighborhood association, and dreams from the city, such as the Southwest Corridor Equitable Housing Strategy. We also ran into the barriers around conditional use and zoning, which would have prohibited us from even doing anything on that land besides our current community garden. We have been able to, because of the 11 Community Land and Housing Coalition and the attentive ears of Dan Stark and Joan Christensen, we've been able to discuss potential opportunities so that we can build and contribute to the solution of affordable housing. We are one of the churches that are considered being part of a bundle with other projects, which would increase the potential for funding and those who will be served. With the current pandemic going on, we would like to continue moving forward to provide hope for the future on the other side of this pandemic, for we know that housing will definitely be in more need. Affordable housing will be in more need. So I fully support the code and zoning changes proposed by the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability and the Portland Commission on Sustainability to remove barriers to affordable housing developed on land owned by faith communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony.
Next is Jasmine Velez, and her interpreter is Myra Ayala.
Very good. Thank you.
This is Mira. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, loudly and clearly.
Great. Yasmin, ¿estás ahí?
Sí, aquí estoy.
Tú estás lista.
Ok. Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Yasmín Vélez. Vivo en una traila con mi esposo y 3 hijas en el vecindario de Cooley y soy organizadora de la Coalición de Viviendas y Propiedades de Leven.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yasmin Vélez. I live in a mobile home with my husband and 3 daughters in the Cully neighborhood, and I'm an organizer with 11 Land and Housing Coalition.
En este momento estamos pasando por una situación muy incómoda. El 18 de abril, mi traila casi se incendia por una fuerte descarga eléctrica. Los dueños del parque de estas casas móviles ya sabían de antes que había un problema y no lo atendieron de inmediato.
Right now, we're going through a very uncomfortable situation. On April 18th, my mobile home almost caught fire from a strong electric surge. The owners of the mobile home park knew beforehand that there was a problem, but they did not immediately respond to it.
Ahora llevamos 26 días sin estufa ni algunos aparatos eléctricos. Todos se descompusieron por la descarga y tengo que ir a la casa de mi mamá para cocinar. Por hacer esto, estoy exponiendo a mi familia y a más personas durante esta pandemia, algo que me causa mucho estrés. Me siento muy molesta y frustrada y sobre todo me siento muy triste. Tengo que esperar hasta que cuando ellos decidan arreglar mis cosas. Me hace sentir que no tengo el control sobre mi hogar, mantener a mi familia en una sana.
And now we are on day 26 without a stove and some other electrical appliances. Everything was broken by the surge. And now I have to go to my mom's house to cook. And by doing this, I'm exposing my family to more people during this pandemic, something that causes me a lot of stress. I feel very upset, frustrated, and above all, I feel very sad. I have to wait until they decide to fix my appliances, and it makes me feel like I have no control over my home or keeping my family healthy.
Me he preguntado varias veces si tan solo pudiera tener mi propia casa donde no tengo que depender de otras personas.
I have thought many times if I could only have my own home where I don't have to depend on other people.
Por mi trabajo en la coalición, estoy escuchando muchas historias de familias que están pasando por una situación similar. Estas están desesperados y aún más en medio de esta pandemia que en Oregon ha afectado a los latinos más que a nadie. Todos hemos perdido ingresos y viviendas, y las viviendas siguen siendo muy caras.
Through my work in the coalition, I'm hearing many stories of families who are going through a similar situation. They're desperate, and even more now in the midst of this pandemic, which in Oregon has hit Latinos harder than any other group. We have lost income, and housing is still very expensive.
Me da mucha esperanza trabajar con congregaciones que quieren construir viviendas seguras y accesibles. Yo apoyo los cambios de los códigos y zonificación que BPS está proponiendo para quitar las barreras para que congregaciones que quieren construir, para que familias como la mía podamos tener una vivienda digna donde tenemos el control y agencia sobre nuestros propios hogares.
It gives me a lot of hope to be working with congregations that want to build safe and affordable housing. I support the code and zoning changes that BPS is proposing to remove barriers for congregations that want to build, so that families like mine can have decent housing, where we have control and agency over our own homes.
Gracias por escuchar los testimonios y dar la oportunidad de estar aquí. Les agradezco mucho por escucharnos.
Thank you so much for letting us give our testimonies, for hearing these testimonies and giving us the space here. I'm really grateful.
Y tengo fe y esperanza por los cambios.
And I have faith and hope for these changes.
Thank you. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Carla, does that conclude public testimony?
I show one more person, Lauren Hawk.
Very good. Last but not least.
Thank you so much, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Lauren Hawk, and I'm a member of the St. John's Wesleyan Church in North Portland, as well as 11 Community Land and Housing Coalition. To illustrate my support of these code and zoning changes, I want to tell you the story of my 76-year-old friend, Kathy. Kathy moved to Portland about 45 years ago, fleeing a horrific domestic violence situation with her 3 children and another on the way. When she arrived in Portland, she lived in a homeless shelter for a couple of weeks and then found housing in the St. John's neighborhood of North Portland. It was there that she found work as a caregiver in assisted living communities, raised her children, and began attending our church. Kathy was a vibrant, active member of St. John's. She has volunteered for many nonprofits that serve vulnerable populations, even though she is vulnerable herself. And if there's a way for Kathy to show up and love her neighbors, she was there. 6 years ago, she was priced out of her small rental and forced to move out of Portland. She is one of many hardworking folks whose rising housing costs have forced them to leave their homes, neighbors, communities of faith, and the networks that they both give to and receive from. This is detrimental not only to the individuals forced to move, but the communities that are losing them. This is just one story that demonstrates why it is absolutely essential that Portland do all that we can to address our housing crisis, including finding creative solutions about where and how to build. Expanding opportunities for affordable housing will help to remove barriers for communities of faith like mine and other organizations who want to develop affordable housing on our land. And therefore, I'm in full support of the code and zoning changes proposed therein. I do not want people like Kathy to continue to lose their homes and communities, and our communities cannot continue to afford to lose people like her. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lauren. Appreciate it. So now, Carla, that concludes public testimony.
Correct, Mayor. That's all I showed registered there.
Great. I want to thank everybody who testified today. That was great testimony. I've taken pages of notes. I just want to remind everyone that we will not be taking a vote today, and that we will be leaving the record open, and I'll be explaining all of that later. But I want to take this opportunity to have my colleagues ask any questions or have any discussion that they'd like to have at this point. Commissioner Hardesty.
I just may be quicker on the draw than my other colleagues because I tend to be first. I want to thank everyone for their testimony. I came in a little late, but I absolutely plan to review the public record of the information that I missed. And so I have a question for the Planning Commission. Nan, if maybe you would be the appropriate person to respond. My question really has to do with the mix that of organizations that want to take advantage of these zone changes. My understanding is that it was basically faith organizations, and then the proposal that we are reviewing today seems to have actually veered away from that. So one question is, how broad is this policy that you are recommending that we support? And then a second, I'm very concerned about not being intentional about saying that this will be housing that is affordable, and it has to be stated at a specific level, whether it's 30%, 60%, or whatever. I've lived here long enough to know that if we don't say it, it doesn't happen. And so I'm really curious as to how the recommendation did not mandate that the housing units would at least have a percentage that we could be comfortable would be permanently affordable for folks in our community. So I don't know.
Okay, Commissioner, I'll try to respond to a little bit of that. And Eric Engstrom is also on the call. And I don't know if Matt Schaubold is still around from the Housing Bureau. But your first comment was about
the mix.
And most of the outreach for this project was done in conjunction with Ecumenical Ministries, reaching out to the 435 faith-based organizations that are in the city. But we also did outreach to community-based organizations as well. As a district liaison, that's part of what I do, is work with community-based organizations along with the other district liaisons in the Bureau who were also aware of this project. So there was some outreach done in that way as well. Also, to partially answer your question, the regulations are targeting the conditional use review, which conditional uses are generally in residential zones. The majority of those are single dwelling zones. And so what we were targeting specifically was how to streamline the path, the regulatory path to development when housing is what's desired by that institutional use that happens to be a conditional use. So we specifically looked at streamlining the conditional use review process.
And for who? For faith institutions, for community-based organizations?
Yes, for any institution that is a conditional use. So that does include community service uses that are on residentially zoned property.
So I thank you for that. I'm sorry, someone else was trying to weigh in?
This is Eric Engstrom. I would just add that, as Nan said, it includes faith-based institutions. They make up about 85% of those properties just by acreage. But there are some fraternal organizations and schools and other nonprofit entities in that mix as well.
And so the expectation is if the city council goes along with the recommendations from the Planning Commission, then this could basically be opened up to any developer that considers themselves a nonprofit with no requirement that the housing that's being built is housing that people can afford to live in. Is that correct?
It would have to be an institution that is a conditional use.
Say more about that. What do you mean, institution as conditional use?
It has to be in the institutional use category of the zoning code, which includes churches, community centers, some schools, and service organizations. A straight up developer of residential property wouldn't be a conditional use in that sense.
I heard a lot of conversation about concern around traffic from people who spoke today. I heard about one of the proposals has not been a good community partner for 30 years. And so if this was approved, what would be the incentive for this organization to actually engage with the community around whatever it is they decided to develop?
It's going to depend a lot on the site-specific zoning, but in that case, there is environmental zoning on the property as well. So there would be probably a land use review that would have to happen for the specific development, which would involve some further community involvement through the permitting process.
Which would require community engagement before it was actually approved, is what you're saying. Is that accurate?
Yes, your other option is you could choose to remove that property from the proposal and ask that more work be done on it. That's up to the council.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the attempt to answer my questions. I think for me, if it doesn't say affordable housing, it will not be affordable housing. We see this all over the city of Portland. I have faith in a lot of the faith institutions that have applied with for this zone change, and many of them are long-term institutional partners. I think of St. Andrews and Bethel AME Church, and some of the ones who have a historic presence in the community and who have shown that they are good community partners. I guess for me, I'm going to review in detail both the written documentation and the testimony today. But I am concerned that if we just approve it as you presented it to us, that we will 10 years from now be asking what happened. And I don't want to be waking up late at night wondering what happened when what we tried to do was good. So I appreciate all the testimony today. I thank you both for answering my questions, and I may have some other ones when we come back together for our vote. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Fritz.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like you to clarify now what is the process for getting to the vote in terms of testimony still being open and when there'll be a future discussion as well as the vote?
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. Let me reach over here. So we are obviously, since we're conducting this hearing remotely, we're going to leave the written record open for an additional week. So that would be until May 20th at 5 p.m. We're going to accept written comments until that time. And we're asking the public to please direct your written comments to the Bureau of Planning Sustainability Testimony app, which is at the portlandmaps.com/BPS/map app. And then, as if that wasn't hard enough to remember, you click on expanding opportunities for affordable housing, and then you click the testify button. The easier way to do that would just to be doing a quick Google search. BPS staff will also forward the written comments to the council clerk. So you can also provide testimony directly to the council clerk. So the intention is to reconvene at 2 p.m. on May 21st. So we will be formally continuing this hearing to May 21st at 2 p.m. And then at that time, the council will consider any further testimony that's come in. We'll have further discussion. We'll make any amendments as appropriate and pass it on to second reading, which is tentatively scheduled for May 27th on the regular council agenda. So there's 2 more bites at the apple here for folks.
So in light, thank you for that. In light of the time and the fact that we have some more items still on the agenda, I'm wondering, I know that the faith communities have been waiting for this for a long time. And Nan Stark, thank you for all of your work on this, and thank you for all of your work over decades for the Planning Bureau. I appreciate, and I know that you're kind of on borrowed time at this point, having retired or close to retirement, so thank you for that. I'm wondering, though, if it might be worth it. We have got some questions, I know, about the affordability thing. There's the new requests that came in today that I think are going to need some looking into and discussion. I wonder if instead of having the vote next week, that we would have a discussion and then potentially schedule a vote for the week after. I think that might give us more time to get some of the questions on the table next week and then maybe get them resolved by the week after.
Yeah, and my understanding, Commissioner Fritz, is the way that the Bureau has laid that out. So we will reconvene on the 21st. We'll consider the testimony. People will have the opportunity at that hearing to make amendments, and then we would pass it on to the second reading, which is a week subsequent to that on May 27th. So we actually, as I understand this, won't take the final vote until May 27th.
Yeah, I'm suggesting, Mayor, that we may not have amendments prepared in 1 week's time, and that having a little bit more time to delve into the if we can require affordable housing, and in particular to look at Ms. Clay's request. I'm very interested in that, with the support of Ms. Posey as well. So that I'm just offering that as a suggestion. I mean, otherwise I can ask a bunch of questions now, but as I said, we have another hearings coming up, and also I know that Commissioner Daly has some questions.
Yeah, I don't have any opposition to that at all, unless the Bureau or the Council Clerk had some specific reason for wanting us to push through on the established schedule.
Mayor, this is Eric Engstrom. I don't have any objection to that. The number of requests you got today, it may take you more than the amount of time you have on next week's agenda anyway.
Yeah, that's probably right. So, Carla, while we're moving on to Commissioner Udaley's comments after Commissioner Fritz completes hers, could you rework the schedule then? Let's assume that Commissioner Fritz, if I understand you correctly, we would actually then not reconvene on May 21st. We would actually reconvene on May 27th. And at that
no, what I was actually,
sure.
Mayor, what I was suggesting is that we do have the hearing on May 21st, but for the purpose of discussion and to get some more input from staff. Staff maybe have some time over the course of a week, but then not schedule the first vote until the week after that.
Okay. Yeah, I certainly don't have any problems with that. Carla, do you see any conflict that precludes that possibility?
There is only 15 minutes allowed on the 21st because the 2:15 is the utility rate hearings. I don't know if they would be able to, if we could push them back. Are you thinking maybe another hour for this item?
Yeah. Or? I think those are probably going to be fairly routine this year and won't take a very long time.
Okay, so are we thinking a half hour for this item then next week?
It seems to me that would be time enough to ask some more questions and have some discussion and then have a direction to move forward. I know the Commissioner Udaley's been very patiently waiting to speak there, so I'll mute myself and let her.
Okay, we'll come back to you, Commissioner Fritz. Commissioner Udaley.
Thank you, Mayor. I know that we have more to do, but given the kind of speedy timeline of this conversation, I do feel like I need to put some comments on record. First, I want to say again to the residents of Southwest Boundary, we will look at your concerns, and I want to assure you that zoning code change does not guarantee that any given property can be developed to its fullest potential. There are many variables that go into that. And I looked at the street view of your street. I see, some of what's going on there. So my comments that I'm going to make are more general. Before I make those comments, I do want to clarify an exchange between Commissioner Hardesty and Mr. Engstrom. This zoning code change only applies to religious, educational, and fraternal institutions. However, once that code change is made, there is not only no requirement for affordable housing, there's also nothing stopping those institutions from selling parcels to private developers who will then develop market rate or luxury units. Is that correct?
I'll step in here. Eric, do you want to?
Go ahead, Nan.
So yes, that is correct. What I think is important to keep in mind is that these are mission-based organizations. If they are selling part of their property, it's typically in order to survive. So.
Okay, so as I've said, I'm generally in support of this. I've been engaged in this conversation all along. I respect and admire many of the faith communities who are asking us to make this change, but I'm deeply concerned with our abandoning the affordability requirement. We need more than 20,000 deeply affordable units in Portland to supply our existing need. We have made slow progress in the last few years, but it's far too slow. And we know we cannot fill this need without support from the state and our federal government, but we should be doing everything we can on the local level to address our housing crisis. These nonprofit entities that own these properties do not pay property taxes and will not pay capital gains when their properties are sold. The ability to develop and or sell their property will vary from one institution from another, depending on how the property is held, and there will undoubtedly be pressure, whether internally or externally, by some institutions to prioritize profit over affordability. These properties have been accruing in value due to public investment happening all around them, but they can be sold off to the highest bidder and redeveloped for luxury housing, delivering no public benefit. For sure, there will be benefit to developers and investors, to our retirement funds, which profit from the predatory speculative real estate practices which are fueling our housing crisis, but this will not serve the common good. Renters who are struggling now do not have 30 years for trickle-down affordability to take place, if ever. We don't need more unaffordable housing to add to the thousands of currently vacant units that are not taking pressure off our rental market or helping alleviate our housing crisis. Planning is essential to our overall strategy to solve our housing crisis. Through our zoning code changes, we can either continue to aid and abet gentrification and displacement and continue to add fuel to this housing crisis, or we can drive the development of the housing we actually need. Unlike RIP, I see no checks in place to even encourage or incentivize affordability, let alone require it. I am asking our council and our planning bureau to take a serious stand against gentrification and displacement. There is no single policy or silver bullet that will solve our housing crisis, and as I've acknowledged, we can't do it alone. But there are meaningful actions we can take right now to slow down the relentless wave of gentrification and displacement that has been rolling through our cities for decades. Change is inevitable, but we have the unique ability as council to shape that change in this moment. This is a moment where we can do something bold, which could deliver significant benefit to our community, where we can continue to deliver benefit to private developers, bottom line. I implore everyone involved in this decision-making process to rise to the occasion and look beyond the limitations of our current system. If we are ever going to end this housing crisis, we must support non-speculative urban housing models, whether that is publicly owned housing, permanently affordable private developments, or home ownership models such as community land trusts. So again, I want to thank everyone involved in this effort. I believe we're absolutely headed in the right direction with this conversation, but I don't want us to miss this incredible opportunity to serve the public interest over private profits.
Thank you. Very good. Any other questions or comments for right now? So Carla, let me make sure I got this right, and you will hopefully correct me if I'm wrong. So we will continue to accept public testimony, as I indicated, until May 20th at 5 p.m. That can be done either through the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability or directly through the council clerk's office. We will all, as members of the City Council, get copies of that written testimony. So we encourage people to please send it. We will read it. We will then continue this item to May 21st at 2 p.m. At that time, we will have further discussion and opportunities for questions and answers and presumably supposals. We will then continue that conversation to May 27th for the purpose of bringing forward amendments. Am I right so far?
Correct. And the time available on the 27th would either be 11 a.m. that morning or 2 p.m., I would say, if you need more than 30 minutes or so.
I would suggest to my colleagues that we move it to 2 p.m. because we don't really have a sense at this moment how many questions or follow-up or supposals we might have as far as amendments. Does anybody disagree with that vehemently, colleagues? I'm not seeing any disagreement on that. Commissioner Fritz.
So an alternative thing to do would be to have the utility hearing first and then do this afterwards, because then it can have as long as it could take. Would that work, Carla?
That'd be good.
Yes, we could switch those around. They are asking for 2 hours. So this would.
Oh, really?
Right. Unless those are your items. So if you want to go less on them.
I would need to, actually, it's Jessica's Kinnard's item. So maybe we should leave it with this going first and then utilities afterwards. Or if we say that this goes to 2 o'clock, that means it wouldn't start before 2 o'clock. So we could figure out the timing of both of them. Would that work, Mayor?
That works for me.
Yeah, that works. Mm-hmm.
And it's 2 weeks. Yeah. So it'll get noticed as to what time it is. So yeah. Let's do that, please.
Okay, good. And then Carla, would we need to pick a time certain a week following that in order to actually do the votes?
You don't.
Oh, go ahead.
We do not need to set the next dates out yet. The only date we need to know right now is when the record closes and then when council is going to take this item up again. And I just want to make sure I understood on the 21st, what time was council planning on hearing this?
We thought of saying at 2 o'clock because
at 2.
That means it won't start before 2 o'clock, but it could actually start afterwards depending on how long.
That's correct.
Whether we do it before or after utilities.
That's right. Okay. I just want to make sure I understood. Yeah. So those are the only dates we need right now. And then we can establish the other dates at the next hearing.
Good. Thank you. That's helpful. All right. Good. That completes this item. Great discussion. Thank you, everybody, for fantastic testimony. The council has lots of good ideas, thoughts, and that's exactly why we wanted the public testimony that we got today. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Nan, and thank you, Eric and colleagues. Colleagues, we have another significant set of items following. Would anybody object to a 15-minute recess? So could we reconvene at 5:15?
I will just love you more if we do that. Thank you.
All right, good. We are in recess until 5:15.
Excellent.
Thank you, everyone.
good. This is the Portland City Council afternoon session, and we are now back in session. Carla, we're going to take these items up individually. Could you please read item 371?
371, ratify a successor collective bargaining agreement between the city and the Portland Police Association relating to the terms and conditions of employment of represented employees at the Bureau of Emergency Communications for 2019-2022.
Colleagues, today we have 3 ordinances before us that include successor collective bargaining agreements. This is the first, and it pertains to the Portland Police Association in represented employees in the Bureau of Emergency Communications. This is coming to us after being ratified by the respective union, and the tentative agreements are the result of good faith collective bargaining by parties during the past year. And I want to thank the bargaining teams from the city and from all 3 unions that we'll be discussing today. And I appreciate the work and the effort it takes to bring these tentative agreements up to a vote. With us today, we have Kathy Bless, Chief Human Resources Officer, as well as members of the Bureau of Human Resources Labor Relations team to provide an overview of the provisions of this and the other 2 tentative agreements and answer any questions the council may have prior to taking a vote. We also have Jessica Kennard, Director of the City Budget Office, Heidi Brown, our Chief Deputy City Attorney, available to answer questions. I'll now turn item number 371 over to Kathy Bless. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I am Kathy Bless, Chief Human Resource Officer. I am here today to review with you and seek your approval of the collectively bargained tentative agreements for the Police Commanding Officers Association, PPCOA, 911 operators under the Portland Police Association, and the Portland Firefighters Association, PFFA. I have opening remarks for each contract as they come up on the agenda. I would like to take this moment and thank Union Presidents Alan Ferschweiler, Daryl Turner, and Craig Morgan for their leadership and collaboration in the negotiation. I would also like to thank the Labor Relations team, Jarrell Gaddis, Marquise Fudge, Jamal Anthony, Anne-Marie Kevorkian-Maddie, and Morel Wallace for their work on the tentative agreements before you today. Lastly, I would like to thank Chief Budget Officer Jessica Kennard and her staff, City Attorney Lori Kraut, Deputy Chief Attorney Heidi Brown, as well as Chief of Staff Carly Edwards to Commissioner Hardesty, and Chief of Staff Kristen Dennis from your office. All have worked tirelessly in support of getting to this moment. We value the work of all first responders, and the contracts today reflect the respect and admiration for the work they perform each day on behalf of the citizens of Portland. So in taking up item 371 this evening, I would like your consideration and approval of the PPA 911 operators contract. We commonly refer to this group as BOAC, which, as you know, stands for the Bureau of Emergency Communications, and this contract encompasses the 911 operators within this bureau. The city began negotiations in January 2019 with AFSCME, and 2 months into that process, the union members elected to change their representation to Portland Police Association. We resumed bargaining with the PPA in late June 2019, and in December, we went to mediation. Through good faith bargaining, we reached a tentative agreement on March 11th, and it was ratified by their union shortly thereafter. The previous BOEC agreement expired in June of 2019. This contract provides for a 1% increase across the board and longevity pay at year 7 to ensure we remain competitive with similar jurisdictions in our local area. We increased the ability for dispatchers to attend training with new language, allowing for up to 40 hours a year on scheduled days off. In exchange for these ads, the city was successful in negotiating more dispatcher accountability within the use of sick leave and allowing for the Bureau to provide the training for Pro QA, a new system, without incurring significant overtime costs. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration of this agreement. Both the union and the city worked hard on this contract and appreciate the work from both sides to address the needs of 911 operators and the important work they do. I fully support this agreement and ask that you approve this contract. I am available, as is Heidi Brown, Deputy City Attorney, and Jessica Kennard, CBO, for any related questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that complete your presentation?
That does complete my presentation for BOEC.
Very good. Colleagues, I'd like to make a brief statement before I open this up for any other consideration or questions. First of all, I want to say how much I appreciate the work of the Bureau of Emergency Communications staff. And in particular, I want to acknowledge that over the last couple of years, the Bureau has made significant improvements in call response time for the public, in terms of improving morale amongst the staff, improving recruitment and retention of employees, and being really nimble and smart with regard to the use of technology. And I also want to acknowledge how hard the work is that they do. When people are in crisis in this community, they call 911. And I bet most people in this community really never stop to think, who is actually answering the phone? Well, these are the people who answer the phone. They are the people who make the systems work. They are the ones who support our emergency call response. And it goes without saying that the work that they do is critically important in this community. And Kathy, as you just mentioned, we bargained this tentative agreement in good faith. That being said, it was bargained under a completely different economic reality. The world has changed with the advent of COVID. And now what we acknowledge is that we are in a completely different economic reality, and the city finds itself in a budget crisis. The goal during this crisis has been stated very clearly from my perspective. It has been to, as much as possible, preserve frontline critical services to the public, including our 911 response services, and to save as many jobs as possible for our valued city employees. I've come to the conclusion that if we supported this TA as previously outlined with no changes, we would jeopardize both the direct 911 service to the public and we would jeopardize both employees in a bureau where we've worked very, very hard to address staffing shortages. So while it gives me no pleasure to say this, I've come to the conclusion that the only responsible action is for me to reluctantly not support the TA as previously bargained under different economic circumstances. Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Human Resources, for all the work that we did. Let me start this conversation by saying I unequivocally support the right of workers to bargain and to be represented by a union. There's no question about that. As the commissioner in charge of BOAC, I deeply appreciate the sacrifices that 911 call takers and others that support our 911 system make in doing the work that they do. I've seen up close and personal since this pandemic just how dedicated, committed, compassionate our 911 call takers are, and how well managed the 911 call center is. I would put ours up against anyone in the country. But as the mayor said, when we negotiated this contract in good faith, Human Resources and the Bureau and the two unions involved all came with an open mind and with a willingness to negotiate in good faith. As a daughter of a longshoreman, I know the value of a union job, and I know what it takes in a union job to keep a roof over your head. Today, I'm approaching our labor contracts with that same set of values. For every single Portlander, that we all deserve shelter and 3 square meals a day. With the current health crisis that will turn into our economic crisis, the question this council faces is how to balance the needs of our entire community with the limited resources we have available. These needs include providing rental assistance, addressing food insecurity, and supporting struggling small businesses in our community. We know right now many Portlanders are barely hanging on and don't have economic safety nets. Many of us are a paycheck away from houselessness, and those fears are real. The financial resources our city has are dramatically different today than before COVID-19 hit. Although prior to this crisis, I would have been the biggest champion for our agreement with BOAC. I know that I just don't represent the bureaus in my portfolio, but all Portlanders. What I need is our city attorney to return to the table with our labor partners and ask for the same sacrifice that we've asked across the board. This new agreement needs to address our current financial reality, not what we hoped for, not what we thought we had, but what we have now. This does not mean that I expect a total rewrite of this contract. What it means is I expect us to agree to take the concessions that every other employee has had to take. This is hard for me, but I know it is the right thing to do. I will also let you know, I will vote no on this contract as it stands, but I have every confidence that our labor partners and the Bureau of Human Resources will go back to the table and come back with something that we can support. I want to be crystal clear. Our 911 call takers are the best in the nation. They sacrifice a lot to be that calm voice on the phone. I know because I know them. They are fine people who deserve everything in this contract and more. But today, I just cannot, in good conscience, vote to support it as it stands. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Fritz.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had clarification. Have there been some discussions with the union leadership about making some amendments given the new reality of COVID?
The answer to that question is yes. And I don't know if Kathy, you would like to discuss that, or if we should have somebody else do that.
I have, it might be good for the city attorney Heidi to discuss that, although I know that there's been numerous conversations directly with the mayor's office and with the union.
And that's actually all I need to know, unless Heidi needs to say something. I'm just really surprised that it's still the same agreement on the table asking us to approve with no changes whatsoever. I know that we would normally all have supported, well, there's one time in 12 years that I have not supported a tentative agreement for good cause. But for the most part, the council has been very supportive ongoing of our unions because we value our employees. But it's just kind of astonishing to me that there's been no acknowledgement that while everybody else is making sacrifices in the city in order to save jobs, including the utilities that will have rates coming in, and so they're not affected in the same way as the general fund, but the staff there are willing to make some sacrifices, that there's absolutely no willingness to do that here. So I just wanted to get that clarified. Thank you.
Thank you. Heidi, did you want to add anything?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioner. Thank you. I don't have anything to add. I think you've heard that there were attempts, particularly by your office, Mayor, and by your office, Commissioner Hardesty, to try to come to some different agreement given the change in financial circumstances. And unfortunately, we don't have anything to present to you today with PPA BOEC that is different than what we had before. But I am available for, if there are questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Thank you. We appreciate your hard work on this as well.
Oh, I was going to get to my appreciation of Heidi when we got to the vote, Mayor, but if I may, I just want to respond to Commissioner Fritz briefly. And I just want to say, I would not read too much into the fact that we were not able to come to an agreement before this vote. As you know, this is a new bargaining unit, and this is a new process for this particular bargaining unit with 911 operators. And so I would just say, take it at face value and not read too much into it.
Very good. Any further questions or comments before we move to testimony? Seeing none, Carla, do we have any public testimony on this item?
Sorry, Mayor, no one signed up for 371.
Any further business on this item? Seeing none, Carla, please call the roll on item 371.
Hardesty.
I want to start with my appreciation. Heidi Brown has just been absolutely phenomenal, not just in this process, but in all the processes that will come in front of us today. I want to thank you, Heidi Brown. I want to thank Kristen Dennis from the mayor's office, who up until I think labor was at the table, making sure that we were moving this agreement forward. I want to thank Carly Edwards from my office, who I know was up very, very, very late, also trying to help make sure that we were able to do what was right for the city of Portland. Human Resources, it was a fabulous negotiation team. I was so proud of that team. I was so proud of the agreement that we came to. It is unfortunate that we are now at a place where we were not able to do what was right for all of Portland. So I vote no.
Daly.
Well, I also want to express my appreciation for the workers of BOEC. It's been one of my priorities since I joined council to ensure that to improve workplace conditions and service to the community, because I personally know that minutes and seconds on 911 can be the difference between life and death. And I also know that your jobs are incredibly hard, and I really hope that none of the workers take this vote today as a lack of support or appreciation from the council from the hard work that you do. We are in an extraordinarily difficult position. We are attempting to preserve essential services and minimize impact to our workers across all bureaus. We asked all bureaus to take the same cuts, and it's critical that everyone participates in that process. I'm disappointed that we couldn't get to an agreement, and for that reason, I vote no.
Fritz.
Thanks to Kathy Bless and Heidi Brown and your entire teams in both places for all of your good faith work on this. And thanks to the bargaining team who also did good faith work to get to the tentative agreement. I was in charge of the Bureau of Emergency Communications for 4 years, and I know how hard the people there work and what good people they are. And I also know what the mayor said is absolutely correct, that we cannot afford to have layoffs in the Bureau of Emergency Communications. We let positions stay vacant during the Great Recession, and that resulted in a staffing shortage, which took years to overcome. So, you know, the choices are concessions on the margins by everyone or losing positions. And it's just not right to lose positions. And I would imagine that many of the people working in the Bureau of Communications would like to see their colleagues keep their jobs and to come back to the bargaining table. I do obviously know, Commissioner Hardesty, that the teams will continue to work together and that we will get to an agreement. It's disappointing that they haven't been able to make that step right now because it is an urgent situation. We need to get this fixed as soon as possible, or we need to get the budget approved next week. And so it's disappointing that there's been no movement. Thank you to the mayor and his staff for all of your work in seeking it until the very last minute. No.
Wheeler.
Well, I won't give the same speech again, and you've heard it from all of us, and I want to make sure that it's heard clearly, the level of respect that we have for our frontline employees. And as I say, supporting this TA would have further exacerbated both a reduction in service to the community as well as the potential loss of significant jobs in BOIC. And after spending years trying to improve the 911 service and recruit and retain staffers, that would not be the right choice. I want to thank Kathy. You did bargain in good faith. I want to thank your entire bargaining team. Heidi, I want to thank you for your considerable efforts on this. I want to thank my colleagues and their staffs for the good work that they did. Carly from Commissioner Hardesty's office, thanks to you, and Kristen Dennis, who was working on all three of these TAs literally until this morning after she had already gone into labor. That is how much effort and the degree of seriousness and commitment that my team put into this as well. I'm sorry we could not come to a different resolution on this item. And so it's with reluctance, but confidence that this is the right thing to do. I vote no. The motion fails. Next, we will go to item number 369, please.
Thank you again, Mayor and Commissioners. Again, Kathy Bless.
I need to read the title first, Kathy.
Oh, sorry, Carla.
That's okay. 369, ratify a successor collective bargaining agreement between the city and the Portland Police Commanding Officers Association relating to the terms and conditions of employment of police lieutenants for 2020 to 2023.
Colleagues, before Kathy jumps in on this, I'm going to introduce a motion to substitute the substitute exhibit A. Kathy will describe that. And Commissioner Hardesty, when we get to 370, I'm going to ask you to introduce that amendment. So I move on item 369, a motion to substitute exhibit A.
So move. So second. Second.
We didn't practice this, folks. Very good. It is moved. It is seconded. It is on the table. Kathy, why don't you take it from there?
Thank you, Mayor. I as a point of clarification, I also believe that you need to substitute the financial impact statement. It was also included in a packet that I sent to you earlier.
Very good. And I'm sorry, my language wasn't the latest. So I will also include the new financial impact statement as part of the substitute. And Commissioner Hardesty, good. And I have a second.
Okay, great. Thank you again.
Thank you.
I'll now provide remarks related to PPCOA, Police Commanding Officers Association. BHR began informal discussions with the PPCOA in October of 2019 and entered into formal negotiations on January 6th, 2020. reaching the tentative agreement on March 10th and ratifying on the same day. The PPCOA's current contract expires June 30th of this current fiscal year and is a small union of police lieutenants. BHR has worked with PPCOA to align important community concerns within its contract related to the embarrassment clause. PPCOA had an interest in longevity pay and education incentive pay. Both parties wanted to create stability at the Bureau's first line of management, ensuring the desire within its rank and file to promote into positions that are not otherwise eligible for overtime. Prior to COVID-19, this contract would have been a good balance for both parties. Subsequently, PPCOA has been a collaborative partner, engaging in additional negotiations with the city to ensure we could come today with PPCOA one-time concessions that have matched the mayor's targets within his proposed budget. These concessions are related to longevity pay, and PPCOA has agreed to forgo this increase in fiscal year 2021 in exchange for a higher longevity percentage in the final year of the contract. The one-time savings represents $137,854. Portland Police Bureau is committed to continue to exercise their management rights to limit any holiday pay associated with PPCOA members to manage additional savings under this contract. I fully support this agreement and ask that you approve this contract. I am available, as is Heidi Brown and Jessica Kennard, for any related questions. And that concludes my remarks on this contract.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Hardesty, is that a residual hand raise, or did you want to start?
Mayor, it's a residual hand raise. I will lower it now.
Good. I would just like to thank Craig Morgan from PPCOA. He was amongst the very first of our labor leaders to reach out to us from the very beginning. He approached us in a collaborative manner. He looked for ways to both protect the interests of his membership while recognizing the financial situation that the city currently finds itself in. He had many conversations with my chief of staff, Kristen Dennis, in particular. At every turn, she reported back to me that while the conversation was very serious, while there was considerable back and forth, Craig Morgan was throughout helpful and supportive and professional in his conduct, and I want to personally acknowledge and thank him for that. So as you heard from Kathy, this gives us concessions in year 1 and year 2, where we are in the economic crisis, in exchange for significant benefits in year 3, particularly around the longevity provisions. I think this is a really good balance. It meets the targets that we had established, and I would encourage my colleagues to support this. Any further discussion before I ask if there is public testimony? Seeing none, Carla, is there any public testimony on this item?
We had one person register, Dan Handelman.
Mr. Handelman, it's yours. 3 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners, or actually good evening, I guess, at this point. I appreciate the ability to testify on this item. I guess I should start by saying I support all the words that you've all said about supporting workers and their rights to negotiate, and appreciating that it sounds like the commanding officers have agreed to make at least some sacrifice facing the economic crisis that the city is now in. I'm also very appreciative that there is this clause that basically says, depending on what the Portland Police Association contract looks like, the PPCOA's embarrassment clause could be modified. It's a little tentative because that doesn't necessarily mean that the PPA's contract is going to be changed, and we hope that it will be. That said, I guess the community's organizing efforts around the Portland Police Association contract, which I talked about a little last week, that we appreciate how you've opened that up to the community. You know, we brought in a lot of concerns about accountability and transparency and oversight that could also have been reflected in this contract. I know that you're under a lot of pressure to finish this now. I just wanted to make the comment that if it appears from what I've just heard and what I read that the only thing that's changing in terms of policy around accountability is a possibility that they no longer have to say that the person subjected to discipline has to be disciplined in a way that's least embarrassing to them. So we hope that there will be other changes in the PPA contract, and it would be great if there were more clauses that were reflective that said those will also affect the PPCOA. But most of the problems that we have with police misconduct do not occur at the lieutenant level anyway. They happen with the officers and sergeants. So we look forward to the PPA contract when that is being negotiated again. I hope we'll get some idea when that's going to be picked up and the next public negotiation session is going to happen. And thank you again for your time.
Very good. Thank you for your testimony. Is there any further comment on this? Carla, please call the roll on item number 369.
Mayor, please vote on the substitute first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you very much for reminding me. Can we call the roll on the substitute first?
Hardesty.
Aye.
Udaly.
Aye.
Fritz.
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The substitute's tabled to the main motion. Is there any further discussion?
Do we need to vote on the budget associated with it as well? Did we vote to add that?
Are you referring to the impact statement?
Yes. It does not need to be separately voted on.
It doesn't need a separate vote. It actually doesn't even need to be a motion on the table. So what you did just now is good.
Okay. To the main motion, any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Hardesty.
It is my pleasure to support this contract, and I want to personally thank the Portland Police Commanding Officers Association for being willing to come to the table, understanding the reality of our current both health crisis and economic crisis. We don't want to take anything away from any employee, and it was fabulous to hear the mayor talk about the willingness from the beginning to be open to figuring out how we could all be in this together. And we are, in fact, all in this together. Thank you, everyone, for all their hard work. The same list of people worked on all three of these, so I won't repeat myself. I vote aye.
Udaly.
Thanks, everyone. I just want to appreciate the spirit of shared sacrifice shown by PPCOA in this renegotiated contract and all the work that went into it at the 11th hour to make it happen. I vote aye.
Fritz.
I also appreciate the willingness to come to the table and to recognize that times have changed. I particularly respect the sacrifice of the people who will be retiring soon and who therefore will not be getting the longevity payments in their retirement. So just respecting that sacrifice by our most senior members of the Portland Police Bureau. And thank you again to everybody who was involved in this. Aye.
Wheeler.
I want to acknowledge and respect the leadership of the PPCOA, Craig Morgan. I want to thank the members of the bargaining team, legal counsel, and I especially want to thank Kristen Dennis for her hard work on this as well. The command officers have, in my opinion, some of the most difficult jobs of anybody in this city. And particularly at this time with all the crises we're seeing in the community and on our streets, their job is doubly difficult. And so it gives me great pleasure to be able to support this collaborative effort. I vote aye. The motion carries. Last but not least, item 370, and Commissioner Hardesty, I'm going to ask you at the appropriate time to put the substitute forward.
Thank you, Mayor.
Read the item, Carla.
370, ratify a successor collective bargaining agreement between the city on behalf of the Portland Fire and Rescue and the Portland Firefighters Association relating to the terms and conditions of employment of represented employees in the Portland Firefighters Association bargaining unit for 2019-2022.
Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor. Changes have been made to the ordinance in the document attached as Exhibit A. I would like to move to formally substitute the ordinance in Exhibit A with the revised ordinance in revised Exhibit A.
Second. So Commissioner Hardesty moves. I have seconded. And why don't we should take the vote to put this on the table first, shouldn't we, Heidi?
Yes, Mayor, I think if we could start with that, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Any discussion of the motion before we vote on the motion? Seeing none, Carla, please call the roll.
Hardesty.
Aye.
Udaley.
Aye.
Fritz.
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. Substitutes on the table. Kathy, take it away.
Thank you again, Mayor and Commissioners. I would like to now shift to discuss Item 370, the Portland Firefighters Association tentative agreement. The PFFA contract expired in June 2019, nearly a year ago. We have worked with the PFFA through regular bargaining, mediation, and a potential for arbitration that was avoided through collaborative efforts on both parties, reaching a tentative agreement on March 11th. And the PFFA ratified this agreement on April 15th within its membership. The city had specific interests related to this contract and worked with the Fire Bureau since the last contract to address the union concerns over wellness and safety of its members. The city addressed these concerns by contracting with a medical director, ensuring access to NFPA 1582 physicals for all members through one provider, and added a wellness coordinator to directly work with PFFA members and the Fire Bureau on collaborative strategies. The city and PFFA were also successful at negotiating a DUI policy, which was an important element for the city and the community. The city was successful at implementing pilot programs related to hours of work and securing PFFA's continued enrollment in the city's healthcare programs in lieu of an independent health trust. The PFFA members had an interest in a reduction of work week, alignment of vacation policies with other city employees, premium pay increases for some of its members, and to ensure firefighters had comprehensive health and wellness programs. Again, prior to COVID-19, this contract would have been a good balance for both parties, and subsequently, PFFA has been a collaborative partner, engaging in additional negotiations with the city to ensure we could come today with PFFA concessions that have matched and exceeded the mayor's targets within his proposed budget. These concessions are related to implementation of a longer work week in the next 2 fiscal years and other changes to pay. These concessions were made in exchange for a decreased work week in the 4th year of the contract. The resulting changes equal a net change of approximately $3 million in cost savings over the contract. Lastly, we have language in the contract that allows for either party to reopen if the city's economic forecasts require other changes. I again fully support this agreement and ask that you approve this contract. That's the end of my remarks. I am available, as is Heidi and Jessica, for any related questions. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Very good. Colleagues, any further comments?
I just want to say how proud I am of Portland Fire for being good partners and understanding that we have a new reality. One thing that this pandemic has shown us is that firefighters are on the front line of so many of these social issues in our community, and they are always willing to show up and do whatever's necessary to make people healthy and keep people, get people's needs met. I am proud of the contract that was negotiated, and I'm equally proud that our firefighters understand that we must all be in this together. We cannot balance the city's financial decline on the backs of folks who have limited resources. We're either all in it or we're not. And so I am proud and honored that I have had the privilege and continue to have the privilege of being the commissioner in charge of fire and rescue. I will say last night reinforced for me the deep respect I have for the men and women who serve in Portland Fire and Rescue. There was an incident that Engine 24 House responded to, and it just would break your heart to know that someone unfortunately lost their life to a work accident. But I was so impressed with the coordinated response to make sure that not only were first responders there to help the woman who ultimately died, but also their concern was what happens to her 3 daughters who are all minors. And that was what they were talking to me about this morning when I talked to them. So I am constantly reminded that we have compassionate, empathetic people who will go into danger to keep the rest of us safe and to help us be healthy. And I am honored to be the commissioner that's in charge of fire and rescue. And I thank the brave men and women who serve us every day.
Thank you, Commissioner. Carl, is there any public testimony on this item?
Yes, Mayor, we have one person registered, Alan Ferschweiler.
Excellent. Alan, it's yours. Alan, are you muted?
Now.
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Good evening. For the record, this is Alan Ferschweiler. I'm president of the Portland Firefighters Association, Local 43 of the International Association of Firefighters. We spent almost a year and a half negotiating this contract in good faith and finally achieved a tentative agreement in March of this year. The members of Local 43 voted to accept this tentative agreement. Your firefighters for the city of Portland are used to taking risk in their jobs on a day-to-day basis. Medical calls, car wrecks, house fires, even significant events like the Northwest gas explosion or the 4th alarm fire off of 82nd Avenue last summer instance that your firefighters handle regardless of the risk involved. We are now in the time of a pandemic. Every day, the firefighters are still doing the day-to-day 911 calls that come in, but now have the increased risks of exposure to these COVID patients and possible COVID patients. I never thought in my career that I'd be donning a hazmat suit to enter a nursing home for a medical call. Unfortunately, this is the reality that we are in. Our 24-hour shifts in the fire station start with a significant amount of decontamination of both the apparatus and fire stations, assuming that these are contaminated and getting them cleaned every day. For the first time in my 19 years with the Fire Bureau, the last thing I thought I would ever do before leaving the fire station is decontaminating my phone, my keys, and showering and getting in my civilian clothes, come home to my wife and 3 children who have been self-isolated for 3 months. It's hard to describe the feeling of knowing the most likely way that my family would receive this illness is if we brought it home. We understand that these are difficult times for the city of Portland and the budget. The members of Local 43 care deeply for the citizens that we serve. In the last couple of weeks, the Firefighters Union has worked hard to come to an agreement with the city that conveys that we are committed to those citizens that we serve. Although the firefighters have felt that the original tentative agreement was a fair contract for all those involved, we have entered into good faith discussions recently to show our commitment to the citizens of Portland. These good faith discussions have resulted in a significant give back from the firefighters over the next 2 years, totaling over $4.7 million for the next 2 fiscal years. I want to take a moment and thank all those that we've worked with, and Mayor, especially your chief of staff. Every time I called her, I felt like I felt guilty with the situation going on and her getting ready to have birth. It made me feel guilty that I was calling. I want to thank the members that I represent. I've been union president for 8 years, vice president for 7 years before that, and 2 years on the board. And I want to say how much it means for me to be your representative. I am honored to be able to bring this contract in front of City Council. This agreement will show the firefighters of the City of Portland that the work that they do is important and valued by the citizens, the Fire Bureau, and City Council. I urge you to take this time to support those members that are on the front lines right now by unanimously voting in favor of the current contract that is before you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alan. And while you're on the line, I was going to say this while I cast my vote, but I'll say it now while you're here. This was something that could not have happened without your leadership. And I want to acknowledge that you were innovative, you were creative, you were thoughtful. There was good back and forth. While Kristen is not with us today, she's off doing what she needs to do. I know that she did not in any way resent you calling her. She appreciated it, and she appreciated your open communication. She appreciated the fact that you were open to new ideas. She appreciated that you brought new proposals forward. You're an innovative thinker. You were a creative thinker, and you worked hard with all of us to try to make this work. So I want to thank you personally for your leadership. And I just want to say that Portland is very lucky to have the Fire Bureau that it has and the firefighters that it has. And they're lucky to have you as their leader. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Any further public testimony, Carla?
No one else signed up.
Any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Hardesty?
I am grateful that we were able to get to agreement because the men and women that work for Portland Fire and Rescue need to know that they have certainty about how we move forward. I am very grateful to all the work that went into making this contract a reality and something that I can proudly support. I vote aye.
You did.
Well, I'm just grateful and relieved that we have arrived at this moment. I want to thank the Portland Fire and Rescue and the Portland Firefighters Association for their hard work and sacrifices, and also acknowledge the increased risk they're enduring right now. I appreciate everything you do, and especially your willingness to come to the table and negotiate this revised agreement. I'm happy to vote aye.
Fritz?
I think nurses and firefighters have a special affinity, and I'm still a dues-paying member of the Oregon Nurses Association. It was really hard for me to vote against the contract earlier because I've been committed to the bargaining process and union representation. So it's really, really great to be able to vote for this contract. I so appreciate the hard work that's happened over the past couple of weeks. I'm going to say right straight up here, thank you to the 50 firefighters who sent me personal messages. At this point, Alan, if you could just pass along my thanks. I think I may not actually respond to each one personally. And also, I think as of yesterday, 93 of your members had called Yesenia Carrillo on my staff. So you're really good at organizing as well as really good at negotiating. You know, in different circumstances, what we'd be celebrating here is the healthcare provisions in this contract and the fact that we are not needing a healthcare trust because of the changes that Kathy Bless has led in working and listening to the firefighters in what they need. And we know that even before COVID, the suicide rate amongst firefighters is higher than the general public. And something that I know in all the years I've talked with the Portland Firefighters Association, it's been front and center. So, Alan, I would expect that you are really happy with I would hope you're really happy with the provisions. I'm really happy with the provisions of what healthcare that the city provides to all of our members, and it makes me very much appreciate having that healthcare. I know if Commissioner Fish was here, he would also mention that as well. So thank you so much to Kristen Dennis, who worked really, really hard on this. Carly Edwards was amazing in helping to find this solution. Tim Crail, my chief of staff, actually took over for me today because I was so busy with meetings that I delegated responsibility to him, and thank you to the mayor for trusting Tim to speak for me, which he does. And I'm very happy and relieved that we got to get to this point.
Wheeler.
This reminds me that as Alan was talking about the firefighters being willing to make a sacrifice, what's always impressed me about our first responders generally is they come from a culture of sacrifice. The jobs they do is inherently dangerous. They, in this case, go into burning buildings and other dangerous situations because they are willing to make those sacrifices to better serve the public. And I maintain that the Portland firefighters are amongst the very best in the United States, and they've demonstrated that time and time again in the field. And I'm just glad that we were able to get to this positive and mutually agreeable resolution. Again, Alan, thanks to you, and thanks to our bargaining team and our legal counsel, the dynamic duo, Kristen Dennis and Carly Edwards. Thank you both for your hard work and leadership. And Alan, I'm guessing you're looking forward to not having more late night conversations with your leadership, going back and forth with proposals and what ifs. But I want to thank you all for staying at the table and working hard to see this through. I'm very proud to vote aye. The ordinance passes. And I see that Commissioner Hardesty, before we sign off, would like to say something else. Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor. I would have been really mad with myself if I did not stop to thank Kristen Johnson from my office, who did an incredible job of helping us work out the financial gives and takes as part of this dynamic team. We talked about the legal folks. We didn't talk about the incredible work of the financial folks who are just crunching the numbers every step of the way. And I want to thank all my colleagues for supporting the Portland Fire and Rescue's contract because it is the right thing to do, and it supports the fine men and women who are so fearless in serving our community. So thank you all.
Very good. Commissioner Hardesty, you and I are late for our RPDO call, so we'll get on that. Thank you, everybody, for your hard work and the long day today. Carla, thanks to you and your team as well. Without further ado, we are adjourned.
You're here.